My name is Abeturibati. Everybody shut up, it's my introduction, goddammit! I draw cartoons, I do other things. I've been learning Japanese because why not? Duolingo's free, it's pretty cool. This is not an advertisement in any way. I need to preface that or else we're gonna get sued. I am existing right now. Let's go to Jack.
Hi, Blackjack K9. I'm here too. I do things. I've got my commissions open. Go have a look at those. Digimon will return eventually, hopefully, as soon as I get my own personal shit sorted out. And, yeah, that's pretty much it for me, so... Dan?
Hi, Ninja Dan's Funhouse. Channel manager and... How, what?
He said the thing.
I said my name?
You said the thing.
Hi, Ninja Dan's Funhouse.
Yeah. As long as it makes you happy, Jack.
It does.
Channel manager, main editor here in Phantasma, and I'm the one streaming today. Holy shit! I play Daisuke! Yay, Daisuke! Woo, yeah!
Woo!
Nibble.
Hi, I'm Noodle Laser. I play an emotionally unstable, practically 30-year-old woman who's got a lot of shit on her plate. I also got my commissions open. I am neck deep in them at the moment. The next person, if there is one.
That was the most efficient time we've ever spent doing that.
I know, right?
Hi,
That's
KaybleProvider, DM for File Phantasma, DM for a lot of stuff, or rather GM now. I guess I'll say we're not in that anymore. But hey, you all are beautiful people. I thank you all for showing up every time you do show up here. Hopefully we got something good. But right now, we're gonna jump back into File Phantasma, and while I do a scream, who wants to recap before we stream?
Not it.
Well, not all that much happened. People got up and was hanging around the office for the most part all day long. Naoki was still double over in pain, and they informed him that his mother would be coming to pick him up, and he screamed. Which Suzaku was chilling, watching soap operas with Kunai. Daisuke attended the morning meeting. And Matt. After being hotboxed beforehand, which unfortunately we lost that episode, but at Life Middle's apartment, he woke up to find, well, he had a very rude awakening, and find out that on his phone was a lot of things that he doesn't remember that he did that night. And he unfortunately seems to have adopted a band. Haha, they're living at your house. So, during the meeting, unfortunately, it seems that some of the detectives have gone missing, and Daisuke has volunteered along with Renka to investigate that matter. And was it past the ocean, like east of Japan?
Mm-hmm. Far out, very east from Japan, like it. Renka and Daisuke, for context, because this wasn't properly explained, but it will be. It'll cover it in the session. Just don't worry about it. I got it. I have to do a little bit anyway.
After that all went by, Naomi came and picked up Naoki. They went to the Makai, and they had a bit of a rather heart-to-heart moment, as Naomi, usually the joking one who usually makes Naoki the butt of the jokes. Those two had a lot to sort out. Naoki, you wanna stress on that?
Naoki found out that a very long time ago he had a sister, very long before he was born, and she was half human and thus lived out a much shorter natural lifespan than the average kitsune. And Naoki got a little bit of insight to why his mom has been so protective of him during certain more life-threatening moments of his life. But also why she is concerned about any future endeavors he might face, especially considering that he, just kind of got like permanently injured with some weird miasma energy. I don't know the whole what's going on with that, but yeah, it was pretty heavy. Pretty good episode. If you want to go back and watch it if you haven't seen it, pretty good. But yeah.
And after that whole moment, Naoki got a phone call, along with Matt, and along with Kunai. Daisuke and Renka are now missing.
And as we pick back up, it'll be with... everybody roll me a casual initiative. I just want to see who gets to the office first. Or who... Was anybody still at the office? I'm pretty sure you were all doing something.
I was in the medical bay.
Ain't I still at in the Makai?
Yeah, so you'd be making your way over there. Just everybody, at Yamada's desk, mainly here. Just give me a casual initiative so we can see who's running in first.
Can I roll with disadvantage because Naoki's injured?
Yes.
Okay. Not one.
All right. Naomi has to help
lower
you
than that.
Naomi has to help you get back, but Matt, you go bursting in immediately. You were probably you were probably either doing something or filling out paperwork when Yamato would have informed you of this, so you were around at the first place. And Kunai wasn't very far behind either. But after getting that phone call in about not even 20 minutes later, all three of you would be in front of Yamada's desk where he's just got he's holding something and he's got his head in his hand, he looks very distraught.
Is everything all right?
We sent Daisuke and Renka to investigate something, but I shouldn't have sent them. That was my mistake. I should have sent more people.
What do you mean you shouldn't have sent them? What's going on?
They're gone. We don't know where they are. Who was at the meeting this morning or the other day?
Just Daisuke, from what I know. I think Renko was there.
They were sent out to investigate activity that's been happening out farther. There was, or rather, there should be, far off, towards the east, sailing out. There should be something there. We detect activity from it. We detect that something is there. We just don't know what it is. We've been sending spirit agents to investigate it. But some from the Tokyo branch, some from the Kyoto branch, some from other areas. Even direct agents from Spirit World itself, but nobody reports back. Daisuke and Renka volunteered to go see what it was about. And you see him just put something on the table in front of you guys. If anybody wants to roll a history check.
Mm-hmm.
Is Naomi there?
Yes.
Okay.
It lumped in with your initiative roll. I hate when it does that. Okay. So, Naoki, you wouldn't be aware of what this was. You would have probably been brought off. Matt, you might have caught a glimpse, and Kunai, you would recognize it. Renka had this locket. She had it a couple days before she left. It was a gift that Karinu gave to her a couple days ago for doing going through school. It was oh, I believe in you gift.
No, this is not good.
Just washed up on the shore.
She's anxious, very clearly, fidgeting and, her knuckles are clenched.
Wait, so people have been disappearing for the area for a while now. And, Naoki's just like scratching the back of his head. Okay, well, those numbskulls are probably in some sort of. We'll take care of this Yamada.
You guys aren't going.
Hell, like hell we aren't.
We're not sending you anywhere. We're waiting to hear back from Enma.
You can't seriously keep us here.
How long is something like that gonna take?
We're
Yeah.
still waiting to see how that's going to go. We've been waiting for Enma to investigate this for a while. But we can't keep losing agents about this, and we can't... I don't want to keep putting people in danger for this, so... You all aren't going, and that's that. You are to remain on standby.
Well, by any chance, I know we're on not so good terms in this respect, but have we tried talking to my dad?
I mean, you can try. Any information you can give would be helpful, but I'm stating this now. If any of you leave for this, and you can see on Yamada's face, it's not so much he's angry, it's that he looks more scared than anything else. If you leave, consider your employment here over.
That was kind of my train of thought anyway.
I need to. He's getting up and he's like shuffling through papers, and like if you were to look at his desk, you can see like a bunch of empty paper cups. Like this man is caffeinated out. It looks like he hasn't slept, and it looks like everything is just like... You ever see the look of a person when they feel like everything's crashing down around them?
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't look like the normal Yamada you usually see. He looks like all over the place.
Oh shit.
Was that Jack or was that Matt?
That was both of us.
Okay. What's wrong?
I just realized whose number I still have in my phone. I still have Lord Edna's number. I completely forgot about that. I thought, shit, don't I have someone's number who's close to the fucking higher chain?
You do. And Yamada stands up, grabbing papers, and then just like... I'm gonna go speak with the investigation team and see what else we can find out. Any information is useful at this point. He just stops, looks at Tempo. You should probably go home.
How did she get here? I thought she was back at my house.
I was holding on to your back.
How did I not see it? Do you know what? Questions for later. Now's not the time.
Yamada starts to walk off. Now, as you see Yamada walking off, like also examining papers, but just kind of like standing fairly still. Like his back is towards you, but you do see Honda over like near the area where people typically pass through.
I'm gonna.
If anybody'd like to roll either a perception or arcana check on Honda, you're welcome to.
Oh boy, I can do that.
Perception.
My
Not bad.
arcana is high.
It's performance. Perception. 12. I 17.
Oh yeah, be it off of his face or off of his like the vibe you get from him, you can all feel it with him. Like, actually, Naoki, you would get the same vibe from this too. Whenever Naomi would get upset, like, and you feel like her energy sort of like fluctuating wildly, you feel the same thing coming off of Honda right now. And with those perception checks, you can see like he's like looking at papers, but he's not actually reading anything. You can see like he's got something on top of it that he's just staring at.
Hey, Honda.
You don't get a response.
Gently
Hypothetically-
walk over.
if a couple of us, super nice people wanted to go to a nice little vacation in the East Ocean, where would we go?
You see him, like, take a second as he hears you say that, and then he, like, looks up.
Oh, well, that got his attention.
So, you're planning to go fucking die like Daisuke did?
You would sense a massive amount of Yoki flood off her in that instant.
You'd feel
You
a
know
massive
something-
amount of Reiki coming off of Honda.
You know something I
Hey.
don't?
Calm down.
Yamada said you're fired if you leave. Don't think I won't report you if you do.
You think I won't?
Hey, what makes you think Daisuke is dead? Okay?
With those perception checks, you can see Honda's not I'll say, if anybody wants to, this is a very general history check, if anybody wants to do it. I would say Kunai and Naoki would have advantage on this.
Mystery 6.
It's not a super high DC.
Yoki has the memory of a goldfish.
It's why you do this? 9.
Between the Matt is the only one who passed it.
Oh my god, just a little bit better than everyone.
Matt, you're able to, like, put reasoning together. It's like, and actually you would be like the outside looking in on it. Kunai and Naoki, they've worked with Daisuke for a while. They're his friend. They've known him for a long time, but even combined all together, they haven't known him as long as Honda has. And Honda and Daisuke, like, through the best and worst of it all, like, they've been like friends since they were very, very little, even when they were pretending to be enemies.
Mhm.
You can tell Honda's more scared and hurt than probably even Yamada is right now.
I'm just gonna walk up to him.
Can I help you?
I'll just put a hand on his shoulder. It's gonna be alright. Do you really think that he would easily go down?
I mean, you're probably right. The only one supposed to put that idiot in the ground is me. So
Daisuke is
we
a
all
tough son of a
need to-
bitch.
I just think we might need to calm down a second, just go over everything we know and can gather together. It's better not to go into any of this, both half-cocked and informationally. Do we have a corkboard or anything somewhere? I think it's time to start going a bit old school with this.
I can move you guys over to the break room map if you want. Or, you know what? Actually, I have an idea. I can do something real fast. But as you're going through this with him, like, you get a better look at the papers he's got in his hand. And it's just, you see that it just says, like, regulations and, like, you know, protocol for when agents go missing. And you can see what Honda was, like, very stressed out about is that very clearly right there, one of the first things it says is to contact any living, like, relatives or connections that they had. And so he's been sitting here, like, thinking, shit, I gotta call Junko. And not because he's scared, but because he doesn't, like, the lady's pregnant. He doesn't want to call her.
And I was gonna actually take a peek at that. You know, technically, we could just let Mitsuki know. That would count as informing living relatives.
I wouldn't do that, actually, just on the basis that,
I have a feeling if we tell any of that family, one of them's gonna get up and start trying to look for him on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last thing we need is Mitsuki running off on her own.
Yeah, maybe we should hold off on that for as long as we can. And
I just... My friend, man.
I know how hard it is to lose a friend. And I don't just mean someone who you're close with, I mean someone who you are practically brothers with.
You see him like look away from you, Matt, and he starts like walking towards like the back area of the office. I have to go file some stuff, and I'm gonna have him roll a very low deception check. You have advantage to see through this.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he?
Insult.
I haven't had to pull his sheet up in quite a while. I forget where I put him at.
I'm gonna say, can't you just type his name into the top part upon him?
I wasn't aware you could do that.
Yeah, that's how you find sheets easily. You just type the names in.
I genuinely didn't know you could do that.
How do you think I'd fucking feel when I had all those Digimons I have to look through?
Deception's charisma base. Which, that's stupid, but whatever. I'm fixing all that right now. He's got an 11. Can you beat an 11 on perception?
Perception?
Insight.
Or yeah, insight, same thing.
I mean, yeah, I still
no.
did it.
Like, no, he's already, like, before the door is closed behind him, you can already hear him, like, about to start crying.
Maybe we should just let him cry it out for now.
I think, so, first of all, I think we probably should seclude ourselves, somewhere not as out in the open.
You hear a voice be cleared. May is still very clearly in the room with all of you.
When did you get here?
She's been here. She's been sitting right
here
there.
the whole time.
She's been sitting on a desk listening.
I'm just doing it for the bit.
She looks,
Can't three co-workers go to, talk privately about their friend going missing?
see her pull out like a phone and she's typing a message. 3 coworkers can go have a conversation privately, Naoki, but 3 employees deliberately going against what their boss had said of them is something we really can't condone here at Spirit Agency. But
We haven't done anything yet.
I know, and
I ain't
truthfully,
even planning on going. Like I said, need information first, and at least we need the golden seal of approval. I just got this job. I don't want to lose it.
Nai is absolutely shaking because she is torn about just absolutely booking it.
Hey, listen, okay?
Anyway,
Yamada said we couldn't go investigate on site. Nothing says anything about us forming any of our own opinions right here in the office, or,
That's why I said we need to gather our information first. Jeez.
Oh,
no one ever
God.
listens to me.
look,
Oh, God, we're gonna actually have to do detective work. Shit.
She walks over and puts a hand on Matt's shoulder as you all are talking. Matt, you seem to be the one with their head on straight at the moment with gathering information. That's wise. You know what? She goes into her pocket. She pulls out about, let me see. She pulls out about 30,000 yen and just, hands it to you, Matt. And then she writes down something on a little piece of paper. If you all need a place to work, investigative work, if you need a break from it, check this place out if you, like seafood. It's not bad. She just writes directions on a piece of paper for you.
Thank you.
I wouldn't go doing anything Yamada hasn't authorized you to do as she's walking away, but any roll insight.
Naoki doesn't
Insight.
need a fucking roll insight for this.
11.
22.
Yeah, no, she's freaking out.
Don't go do anything Yamada hasn't authorized you to do, but everybody needs to eat, and I would recommend, like, if you're craving something, or what's another way of saying it, like, if you're looking for something specific, that's a pretty good place to eat.
Gotcha.
For food, of course. I
Like,
like to
not
eat.
the time.
God damn
Tempo
it.
She just looks down at Tempo. Tempo looks up at her with big, stupid eyes. She squats down slightly and then just picks Tempo up like a football. I don't know what this is, but it's adorable. I'm taking it. And she just starts walking back this way.
Oh, wait. My one thing.
It's May.
If you see a green woman kitsune that looks awful bit like me come by, just say you've never met me. It's for your own good.
She gives you a nod. Alright, I'll take this
I'm
little one.
gonna tell her exactly who you are and where you've gone.
Don't you dare.
Sis, mad. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. But like, in all seriousness, my mom threatened to kill the person who gave me this, and he's gonna point to his midriff. So it's for our own good.
Shall we, I'm sure you all would be able to patrol and keep everything around here okay, but us, we should do some independent work. We've never heard, we're agents too. Russ has, like, no big idea what's going on for the most part. He's like, I'm happy to help. And she shoots you a wink and starts to walk out of the office with him. And before she makes her way out, she just, like, says very lowly, I didn't get to talk with him very much. You better bring him back.
Just give her a nod.
And they're gonna head out.
Well, I am starved. Let us go have something to eat.
I'm just gonna kick him and, like, throw him forward.
What the fuck?
Going to invest. He's just walking out the door. Also, he's Dragonite.
She's growling almost like some kind of dog.
I'm gonna move you guys here. So, as you all are walking, you all can do whatever it is you want to do to begin, like, your preparations or investigative steps. And this is just a blank space for you all to keep your notes together.
Anyways, as I was saying, I think I just want to be clear with something. Okay. Obviously, we're gonna have to go to the actual place where Daisuke went missing, and as much as we don't want anybody disappearing, I just want to be clear about something. If we can somehow shift all the blame on me for what happened, I am perfectly fine with taking the fall for this scenario.
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
No, shut up. I never wanted this job to begin with. I'm all set and good with what I've done so far with this agency, but I don't want to sacrifice you guys just because, this was inevitable. There's no way getting around this anyway, so better me go than the rest of us.
Realistically, I would have said the same, Naoki. I'm more likely to be blamed for anything at this rate. It only makes sense, and besides, I mean, I didn't exactly want this job to begin with either, it just was convenient.
Naoki's gonna look to Matt. Okay, Matt, are you fine with me and Kunai taking the blame for this? You seem like
You're
you
both
need this job.
You're both strong-arming me here. I really don't want us to just start heading off into this straight away.
No, you're right. I'm just saying what it might turn into if, we get a little too close.
Job at the end. This is not just about the job at the end of the day, and you both know this, but you're trying to not deal with that part. This is life and death situation.
Listen, Daisuke's alright, okay? So I don't want anybody, saying anything different, because...
I can't
Yeah,
be
I
so
know
sure
he's probably
about that.
still alive. I know he's probably still alive. I'm not saying that he's not right now, but I'm saying if we go down there and try to do some shit, who knows what's going to happen to everyone in that situation? And then who's going to be the ones who have to come after us? Because we didn't tell anyone where we were going. Even though most of them probably know that we'd already be down there. And then there'd be more missing people, and then your mom would be upset, your parents would be upset.
Yeah.
And how do you think they're going to take it? They're going to go on a full rampage. Do you want to see that happen? Do you know how many people's lives would be ruined because of them in just being in the middle of the crossfire?
Okay, I get it.
Don't just think about the one person this time. Think about everyone else. It helps having both past and future sight to be able to see these kinds of things. That's why I need to tell you about it first.
So
it's not always easy to see the outcomes of other things.
So you're saying we should... Wait, what the fuck are you saying we should do?
Saying we get prepped, we get all the information that we can, and then we wait. Have some faith in Daisuke.
I have faith in
and
him.
And I have a way that maybe we could get her okay a bit faster. But I'm only going to do that after we do the smart thing first. Alright?
Okay.
I thought I'd have to be the brains.
I mean...
Said I was smart.
We were never good detectives to begin with. We've been kind of needing somebody to do the whole,
Yeah, Spirit Agency's standards of hirees is pretty dog shit. No offense.
You just gonna have to be strong. Okay,
I'll do that now.
Mr.
Let's
Sleuth?
go. Sorry, I was gonna say let's go off the casual initiative we did from before. If you all would like to start describing and saying what it is you want to do, how do you guys want to approach this? With that?
Could I continue with what I was saying earlier?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Because Naoki, okay, it's fine. Okay, Mr. Sleuth, where do you want us to start?
First, we need to do the groundwork. We need to find out most of the basics of what's been going on in this whole case so far. So that means all the disappearances, what people might have seen around the areas at the times of these disappearances, any strange noises, everything. Even if it sounds like a whole load of baloney, it could still be something. It's just having to find out what other people know, and if they start matching up to other things, then we probably have a solid lead with those.
So ask around, is what you're saying.
Yep, be actual detectives for once. Not spiritual detectives, real ones.
I was under the impression our job was to just beat up whoever we were pointed at.
Let's split up and look for clues.
We're gonna actually have to be smart this time, Kunai.
I don't want to.
No one wants to do it.
Come on, let's go. Naoki's gonna pat Kunai on the back.
Yeah, well, if I may, I do want to see if I can try something.
Well, that's what the casual initiative is for. So it would be the order of like you guys
Right.
rolled in would determine how I want you to. Because if you all start doing everything at once, it's gonna get confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So who was first on the
It
initiative?
was
roll?
Matt.
Matt.
What's your first course of action?
First course. I'd probably go back to the agency first, because that's probably the best source of information we have right now before starting to go back out and talking to other people who were there around the time.
Okay. So going into the agency and looking to speak with. Just give me a so I know where I can send you. Like, what are you looking to? Who are you looking to talk to in the office?
I'd probably talk with Yamada first.
Okay. Where the hell's my document at? I'm just trying to find the name for all like the office people. I don't know where I put it. Shit, I actually don't know where it is. So Yamada first.
Yeah.
Okay. So you make your way back in. Yamada has just made his way back out to the front, and I'll move the map over. Or would you guys want to be on a map, or do you want to stay here so you can keep track of everything?
It's up
You
to
should be able to freely write. Well, no, it's up to you. You guys can freely write.
I mean,
What do you
I'm
want?
taking like notes personally anyway as well, so.
Okay. Batty and Noodle, what do you guys want?
Map then.
Map's fine.
Okay. All right. So for visual sake, I'll put him right here. So Matt, you would be up to talk to Yamada. You see him moving around.
Hey, boss.
Well, you actually listened to me and didn't leave. Good.
Actually, it took a bit of wrangling, but I made sure the others ain't just gonna dip off either.
It's appreciated.
But that doesn't mean we ain't still gonna do some proper work here. And that's why I need you right now.
What do you need?
As much information as you have on the situation, just about the disappearances and everything. Just give me all the basics first, and then we'll see where that starts leading.
He goes and he walks like into the back again, and then comes out with a large, like folded up piece of paper, which he just push some of these desks together.
Right?
He just starts like getting office desks together as he just sprawls out this massive map, and he points to a location on it. You see where we are right here?
Mm-hmm.
Sailing out farther east, about, I wouldn't even know exactly in terms of distance, but it's taken on average at least for the vehicles to come back, if they come back, at least about a day and a half before they return. But out here, he's pointing to just like what looks like the dead center of some water. And like you see him just draw like in a circle, like over a specific location. We started getting reports a while ago, probably around the time you all were at the Dark Tournament, of like minor anomalous activity happening here. And this map we have for you right here is more of like an updated, like through just connections with Spirit World, we've gotten, call it a more updated and recent version. You see the water right here?
Mm-hmm.
There was something there before.
What was there?
A landmass. we just, as the activity grew, we checked in on it, and after a point, it's like no landmass was showing up on any sort of like any image, any recording, even people like account from sailing close to it. It's nothing's there. But the anomalous activity is stronger than it's ever been. So we thought it was some demon that must have slipped through, maybe was in the ocean, and it was just swimming around the area, but no little demon could do this. I don't even know very many larger demons that can do this. I told Daisuke and Renka not to get close to it, but to just survey and return back. And I'm just still holding Renka's like locket. Then upon checking in, we got word that the boat they went out there on, it was just found like destroyed on the coast, and this was just washed up next to it. I don't know many. And you see him like look up at you. I don't know many things in the ocean that could have probably done that to Daisuke and Renka specifically. Agents from other branches have gone there. They've been investigating it since you all were at the Dark Tournament, but most don't even have anything wash up to let us know they disappeared. We don't know what to do. He's just staring at it like...
You know what, this is a long shot, but could you pass me that locket a sec?
He hands it to you.
You know what some of my helpful abilities are at this point. Maybe I can try using some of them. And I'm gonna try remote viewing.
Remote viewing?
Oh. Because at least I have an object that belongs to us, so...
Let's see.
This is more of just the... Because I don't think I'd be able to see if like someone was dead or not. So I'm like seeing just if there's still a signature to like view.
Okay. Alright. Fuck, there's no way I can do this. I would need to Alright, there's something I want to do if you all will permit me to do this for just a second.
Ooh.
Batty and Noodle.
Yeah.
Can you guys leave the Roll20 real fast?
Oh, okay.
Secret!
I can't have you in the game. I don't mind if you sit in the call. I just can't have you in the game. And don't listen to it on the stream.
Don't worry, I have the stream muted.
Do we have to deafen?
You don't have to deafen. I'm just going to describe this and then Matt will get it. Let me see. So, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
You focus hard on this. Roll the check. Did you already do it? I didn't see it.
I did not hold on.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Let's see how high you get.
Insight Arcane is my high one. Oh, a nice 30 on that one.
Yeah, no, I can do
glad
this.
I took Arcana. I never take Arcana in anything.
I'm gonna stop the music for a second.
Oh boy.
You close your eyes, Matt. You channel into this, and as you like reopen your eyes to sort of like see through and see what's going on, you are just hit with like a wave of darkness in front of you. Like it feels like everywhere you look, it's like you could make out something, but you can't quite tell what you're looking at. But you hear something. You hear very shallow breathing. And you recognize it as Renka. And you just hear. I just gotta keep going. And as you feel like things are getting tenser and you feel your chest, that you can tell her head would be moving as if she's turning. And then all you get is, before everything snaps back and you are in a cold sweat, almost falling over on the ground. Like whatever you felt, like you saw Matt fall to the ground, like he dropped immediately. Jellyfish in space. I like this song. Matt, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Oh, fuck, that was well, she's at least all right.
She's alive. Did you see where they're at?
I couldn't.
Did you see Daisuke?
I couldn't see anything. I just heard her and a lot of screams. So far, I'm not even using my false accent anymore. Oof.
Here, sit down. Like, he helps you up onto a chair. Like, good night, Naoki. You just saw Matt like hold Renka's locket and then immediately collapse. Like Matt, it felt like it was like a while for you, but to everybody else, it was like 10 seconds.
Are we even there? Because we rolled initiative to go investigating around.
Oh, I thought you all were. I didn't know you were doing individual investigation. That's why I was like,
that's what I thought the investigation check was, or the initiative check was. Sorry.
No, I thought you were working as a group, and I was just saying so nobody's talking over each other. Like, who's like proposing what first?
I was just following what Matt did. Sorry to derail. I'll shut up.
No, you don't gotta shut up. You're just getting clarity. So, do you guys want to be present for this, or are you guys off doing your own thing?
Naoki would be off doing his own thing.
Okay. Noodle, are you present, or what are you doing?
I will be present mostly because he just did what I was going to do anyway, I guess.
Okay. So then you saw Yamada helping Matt up.
Yep.
He's holding tight to that locket. He doesn't even look like he's...
Jesus.
He's holding it like he's never going to let go of it. He's practically bleeding from his hands holding it.
Okay, no. You can't just make faces like that. What happened?
She was running. She was screaming. But she's at least alive. For now. I could try Daisuke as well, but I need something of his.
Kunai looks as like white as a sheet, and she's clenching her teeth super hard. She's taking everything she has to not just bolt through the door.
At least she's still breathing. But... damn it, where the hell did they go?
There was a lot of dark. I couldn't see anything.
You mind if I try? I mean, I'm not as strong as my dad, but I might be able to get more context.
Matt opens his now bloodied hand and just tries to pass the locket over to you.
She'll take it. Alright. Cable, I know we have discussed me trying to do this before, but I would like to see if I can do something similar with the Jiganai.
Give it a try. Roll your Arcana stat. Or if you have a specific stat associated or an ability, then just click it for me.
Let me see. I do not have a specific stat, but I will do Arcana. Damn.
You're getting a very bad interference as you try to do it, but as you try to reach out and like see through the Jigan eye to see where this is going, it's like you're able to like make your way through and like see forward, but then it's like you hit a wall. And it's like something's not letting you see further. And it's like, normally if something didn't want to be seen, then it would like distort or it would break your connection, but this is more like it's almost like a legit tangible wall you cannot break through.
No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. There's some kind of almost physical barrier preventing me from seeing any further.
We need to figure out more of what's going on with this.
Yamada, you said something earlier that caught my attention. Renka and Daisuke specifically went missing after they went to that meeting.
They chose to take the job.
Okay. I don't know. Something about that just seemed a bit weird is all.
You're gonna see him like he's slightly cracking a smile, but he's like you can tell he's worried, but it's like it's weirdly silly to him. It's like multiple agents have gone missing after being sent on this assignment. It's only weird because you guys just don't go to the meetings.
I don't trust it.
And he's just laughing because it's like, oh, it seems weird. It's like you don't go to the meetings. You've never been to one meeting.
Why would I? They give me dirty looks.
At least if Renka's not dead, I'm going to operate on the assumption Daisuke's not dead either. And which means there's no need to tell Junko about this just yet.
May I keep the locket?
Yes. You can hold on to it, just... I need to... I have no idea what to do. I really don't. I'm not getting any reporting back from Enma or any of, like, the higher spirit division. I'm not getting anything back from them.
Suspicious.
I'll have to...
More like bureaucrat.
The process. And speaking of processes, very quickly, Naoki, what's your process? What you doing?
Okay, so Naoki is actually he's not going to the exact area where people have been disappearing, but around it.
That's
He
like a day's travel, dude.
is it? Wait, I thought it
That's
was. Sorry, I thought it was
Yamada's.
in. I
No,
thought it was in
Yamada's.
Osaka.
No, Yamada said that like sailing out off of the coast, like it takes at least about a day before anything even washes back up.
Okay, so that is what I wanted to know. I'm going to I guess the dock area where people would set out to reach that point. Does that make sense? Yeah,
Yes.
no, I'm not going out to sea or anything. Naoki is gonna put on a transform into a slightly more humanoid form, with slick back hair and wearing a relatively nice but not too nice suit. And he is going to look for any fishing vessels and any potential fishermen on board around the docks.
You see some fishing vessels. You see lots of different boats. Actually, it's a fairly active dock. It's not like really like just an isolated one lone boat sort of thing. But you as roll an investigation check while you're walking around.
Investigation.
You're a detective.
I am a detective. It's also my worst stat. Let's. But I chose it to be investigation. 0, not 1.
Oh god, okay, it's a nat 1. Hold on, I just have to find something very quickly.
Oh god.
Betty, you and Naoki are the equivalent of just like a humanoid ham.
Yeah.
You have the reasonable... I might have to check and see if you still have object permanence with such a low investigation score.
Jesus Christ.
Let me see.
That is bad.
Yeah, Naoki never rolls good investigation checks.
No, dude. With a fucking 0, you had an actual fucking stroke in that moment.
You
were looking, and then you said no. You
okay, so I did.
over.
Yeah,
I did roll something for this. So based on the percentage, you start to make your way out there, and like you start wandering around, and you're looking, just trying to get a feel for what's going on. And as you are moving, you do begin to like cough a little bit, Naoki. And you start to feel a bit of a burn.
God damn it, not now.
Now, I can't give you what I would give you because you nat 1'd on this, but I will allow you to make an Arcana check while you're here.
I'm gonna opt out of that.
Okay.
If Naoki is... I'm just gonna opt out. We can say Naoki was heading to the docks and he wasn't able to make it there just because of his injury.
So this wasn't me like trying to give you the information that the Nat 1 didn't give you. This was actually like a separate thing that the Arcana, like even if you were on your way over there, like the Arcana check would still be valid.
Naoki would be able to sense despite his injuries?
Yes, and for a very specific reason.
Okay, I'll do it, but I might not get it. 3.
A 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not with a 3.
Yeah. Naoki, I figured. Naoki is just going to be MIA because he's in searing pain in the middle of some back Osaka street right now.
Yeah, you're in searing pain from just leaning up against the wall, and just a random person walks by you and is like, ugh, during the daytime, the youth today, and they just leave like 100 yen next to you.
Hey, screw you, buddy. Naoki's gonna pocket the 100 yen.
You still took it. Can't get mad and take it.
Yeah, no, Naoki is the kind of person to take it and also get mad.
like walking past, like in the. Actually, you know what? Actually, I have to check and see that. Let me see. Sorry, I like using my D100s because they don't get used that often, and I think they're fun. Okay. You're in a back Osaka fucking alley. Somebody just left you 100 yen, and you're in like crippling pain. You just got like your head tilted down, and you're like shit. And then you just feel something cold on your forehead.
What the hell? I'm gonna look up.
You look up and you see like. You ever see like when a soda's like really cold and it's got like that good like slight frost on the outside of the can?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You feel a super chilled Radicola hit your forehead, and looking up you see Lex from the I don't know if you've met her yet actually.
I don't know if I have. Can you describe her for the audience?
I'm gonna pull her up because
Okay.
it will be easier. I just have to. Sorry, I'm just making sure I get my sheets and everything ready.
I'm bad with names, Dan, so I'm gonna have to see this character before I remember if they. Oh, okay. Wait. Wait. So she threw it at my head?
No, she's just holding it and pushing it up against her forehead.
Oh, okay. So she's being nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. You look familiar.
You work with Xiaowei and the rest, don't you?
Yeah. Naoki's just gonna take the soda from her hand.
You look like shit.
Well, you know, I got kind of messed up during our last mission. What's it to you?
Not much. I just saw you here, being friendly. You just see her like going back into a dumpster, like just lifting trash cans up, trash can lids up.
Well, sorry if I'm a little rude. I'm under a lot of pressure right now, I guess you could say.
Well, I guess technically we'll be coworkers in like another week or so. So, anything I can help you with?
Oh shit, they hiring you?
They're low on manpower. They said. I
Ugh.
don't know what's going on. They don't explain them too well. But hey, you know, job and a place to stay.
Well, yeah, I guess. Say, you don't live around here, do you?
Me and Spike don't live anywhere.
Oh, okay.
You see her just like grabbing shit out of like dumpsters and putting it into like a bag. I could use this.
So you don't suppose you know anything about any of the disappearances?
Only the. And she's just like looking around. All right, look, I stole a bunch of shit from the shows. I'm sorry.
No, it's not my time. You're fine. There's been people going missing. Can't really give away too much at the current moment, or else third parties might kill me. It's fine. I got a problem. Okay. My friend has recently vanished out of thin air, right? And more than anything, I want to go after him, but I know realistically I can't, as it was explained to me by a very annoying but very correct individual that shit might go bad if I end up disappearing. And to top it all off, I have a giant fucking hole in my stomach that's preventing me for doing some honest investigation work, right?
She's just like sitting down across like the alleyway from you, like, huh? Man, you got a lot of shit going on.
Yeah. And on top of that, I'm having to deal with some weird stuff involving my mother. Nothing too serious, it's just, I shouldn't get into that. What would you do if you were me?
What if Spike went missing?
Yeah. Say Spike went missing and your job was on the line, but you don't really care about your job all that much. But you know that if you go missing, um, it's gonna make everything worse.
Hmm.
Will you still go after Spike?
She takes like a long swig of like the soda she has in her hand. Um, Me and Spike live that nomadic life. At some point, we'll probably end up separating and go off and do our own thing. But I like to think that we'll always, find a way to meet up and do something again. If you gotta let somebody go, you gotta let somebody go. But
But
you
what
see
if?
her crush the can in her hand. But
Oh, okay.
if somebody took Spike, now there's a difference because taking someone completely goes against our whole philosophy of we go where we want. We just let the wind lead us. If somebody's forcing him to be somewhere, then you go get him back. And I dare someone to stop me.
Okay. Uh, well, fuck it. Can you help me to the nearest bus stop?
Come on. Oh, yeah. You know if your friend's okay?
Well, that knucklehead. I assume whatever problems he's facing right now, they're not gonna be hard enough to kill him.
Hmm.
He's a hardy son of a bitch.
I'm gonna roll something real quick for her. Uh, she's not very good at this, but let's see. Let's see if this works for her. Oh, that's not bad. So for a history check.
Okay.
Hey, I don't know how much help this will be, but we can. Spike should be around here somewhere. Sorry, we were scrapping right now. Let me see. He's probably over this way, but if your friend's not dead, or if your friend's like not making his way to that place, then technically Spike wouldn't be able to talk to him, because he kind of can only talk to the dead. So he can, I guess, eliminate if your friend's there or not.
Oh, wait, so your friend Spike can talk to dead people, thus he would know if my friend is dead. Is that what you're telling me right now?
I mean, maybe. I don't actually know fully how he does it.
You know what? I like the offer. I feel like if Daisuke found out I had to verify whether he was dead or not, he'd get mad at me, so I'm gonna have to turn you down, I'm afraid.
Well, with friends like you, I'm sure he's fine. Or he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Let's get you going. Where you need bus stop or you?
Yeah, let's just walk and talk and I'll decide by the time we get there.
All right.
And
She shoulders you up.
okay, that's fine for Naoki right now.
Okay. So back up to the top, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
You did the thing you were doing with the locket. Is there anything else you want to try?
Let's see. Well, I gotta use that phone number sometime.
Calling up Lord Enma?
Yeah, I'm just gonna find like just a place that's out of the way right now. Just try and find like a quiet like room or something.
All right, 1 second. So, Nobody's in the break room right now. Everybody's like very diligently doing something. It'll just be Kunai and Yamada in the main office. But you slide on over to the break room where nobody's at. We'll just put you over here for the sake of it, rather than change the whole map.
Yeah.
But you make your way. You close the door. You put the lock on the door. So it's just you in there. And
Alright.
you begin to dial and call it up. Hello.
Hi there. Sorry to bother you again with this.
Oh, Matt. Yes, I had to. I apologize. It required. I had to remember what this number was for.
Yeah, I didn't really want to have to use this in case of a big emergency, which I think this kind of is.
Has something happened with the Mazaku?
Have you known about what's going on down here? In the ocean, I mean. The whole missing islands and people.
That is being managed and under control by Spirit World. I am led to believe by a very reliable source that it is under control. And that is not anything you all need to worry about.
It's not under control.
It's under control.
We already have too many missing people, and now 2 members of our own team have vanished. I used some of my own abilities to try and see what was going on.
You did what?
I used some of my own abilities to look in on one of the people who went missing.
I have advised to not have any more interactions with this. Your boss Yamada was supposed to inform you to not be involved with this.
Actually, we were told we weren't supposed to go out there. We are not doing that. Trust me, it is taking a lot to try and keep other people from not just running out there half-cocked, waving what is basically supernatural guns around. This is the best I can do to keep them kind of toned down at the moment, is doing stuff like this. I know this is probably not what I should be doing, but it's the best I can do to try and get some answers here before the barrel tips.
There are no answers you need to get. Everything will
There are
be
so
okay.
many answers we need to get,
And
you know that.
We will deal with this, Matt. We will make sure it's taken care of. It will be fine.
And how long is that going to take till it's going to be fine? I'm sorry, but you're not doing enough of a job here.
I am doing...
Please, just...
Roll a persuasion.
Oh. Oh, okay, that was actually better than I thought.
Ooh, he rolled a 12. I am doing everything we are able to do within the parameters based on the situation.
Which are...
I cannot tell you that.
Do you even know what's going on?
Unfortunately, I'm one of the few people that does. And it's not something we can have you all get involved with.
I think you and I both know that that we're gonna have to get involved. I was gonna say Day, but I can't let those 2 idiots go off on their own now that Daisuke's missing.
Daisuke that went missing, is it? Which means Matt King, an order from Lord Enma, directly from me to you. You are not to get involved with this in any way, shape, or form. Any further action or activity on your part is to cease and to quite simply leave what needs to be buried, buried! And then he hangs up the phone.
She's gonna take the locket back out and look at it.
Yeah, well, can I roll a perception check to see if I can get some eavesdropping in?
I mean, you'd only hear Matt's perspective. I don't think you could eavesdrop to hear a phone call. Like, there's no. If he was talking out loud with a person in the room, I would have said yes, but you'd only hear, like, with a nat 20, you hear what Matt says, but you don't really have any context for what he's saying.
Figures the bastard doesn't want to tell us anything.
Matt, I need you to do a history check. And this is from something very specific, because you succeeded on the persuasion check.
Ooh, 15.
15. Yeah, it's enough. So, Enma said something to you at the very end of the call. Leave what needs to be buried, buried. This is not the first time somebody said something to you, said something like that to you in the last couple days.
Oh. Who else said that?
It was something that would only you would have heard. Because it lives rent free in your.
Oh no! Oh, this realization, Matt's just gonna walk out. Fucking, he's slack. Like, his phone just drops from his hand after getting this realization. He's
What is it?
shaking like a leaf.
Matt, you better start explaining.
We need Naoki back here now.
Yeah, alright. Well, my phone's broken.
Mine's on the floor if you need to use that.
Ugh, fine.
Naoki, you get a call from Matt's phone.
You would hear it like, "Hey, who is this?"
Good night. Matt's freaking out about something, but again, no one wants to share any information with me.
I was about to go interview some fishermen. Is it that urgent?
Apparently.
So, Fat and Kunai, you wait. Naoki, you're being led back to the office by Lex, and Spike would have eventually joined you, but he's just got like a bag of shit as you guys are like walking your way in, and they've just been explaining to you why they're scrapping just to like kill conversation as you walk. Like, people just throw shit out, dude. Like, we recycle it, we make the money, we get a random bus ticket, and we go find a new city. It's great.
That sounds like a pretty great way to live. I'm not gonna lie. I did a little bit of traveling before I joined up with Spirit Agency.
Oh, no way. Where you been?
Well, spent a little time in Japan, then headed to America for a couple of months.
No way. That's where we're from.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, over one of the more major cities in America. It's where Spike lost his eyes.
Oh,
yeah.
They got a lot of demons from where you guys are from.
No, wild dogs.
Wild dogs bit out your eyes.
They mauled quite a bit. One thing led to another. I don't have eyes.
Oh, that kind of sucks.
We're holding me back.
Yeah. So how you guys liking Japan?
A lot more demons here than I expected.
Yeah, there that they do be. I guess I'm the living example of that.
You're alright.
Nice to hear that.
Sorry about your friend.
Don't worry, we'll get him back. We always find some stupid way out of all our dumb situations, so...
For context, this motherfucker.
Yeah. We always find a way out of stupid situations like this one, so, I don't see this as any different as any other job we've done. Just Daisuke got a little bit of a head start on us.
And even if it is different from a job you've done, new experiences don't gotta be bad. We all gotta do something new at some point.
So how long do you think you're gonna be working for Spirit Agency?
Until it either seems too dangerous or they find out we're stealing from the break room.
Well, that break room might be a little difficult, but I think you guys can manage.
As they're like pushing open the door, it's like, there's no break room we can't steal from.
Okay, well, I'll take you up on that.
Hey! We got your delivery here. Somebody order a tall glass of kitsune.
Hey guys, I'm finally back. And I made some new friends.
Oh, hey, it's Starbreaker.
Hey. What are you doing here?
I found this in an alley. I was gonna scrap it for spare parts, but it looks like it still wants to keep on going. And just like lightly punches you in the arm, Naoki.
Oh god, that hurts. I was on my way to investigate the docks when I kinda killed over a little bit.
Of all people, really, you should be not going anywhere.
Listen, Kun, we got important business to take care of. Besides, my body will heal on its own regardless of whether I'm walking or not, so I think that's how it works.
No, that's not how it works.
That's probably why I've been coughing up more blood. No, it's fine, I'm sure. What was this important thing you needed to tell us?
Matt!
He's currently just hugging his own legs on the chair.
Best is
It looks
gonna make me walk over there.
Looks, I'll get you something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just like stressed. He's like, I can't have another one broken. And he starts walking to the back.
So, Matt, everything okay?
No. This is bigger than we could have expected.
It's probably not that bad.
It's way too bad.
Well,
Fuck it. I can't even keep up the shroud of my fucking accent anymore. That's how bad this is.
Yeah, I did notice that, by the way.
Knew he
Yes,
had an
I'm
accent.
actually German.
wait, you're not actually German? Like, you're trying to do a German accent, or you're actually from Germany?
German.
I see.
Listen, that's not the point.
Well, I'm listening.
He's gonna take the orb out of his pocket. He's just gonna put it on the table in front of him. You know what's lying at the center of that. You saw it at the Dark Tournament, right? You saw what happened to me when I used it.
Yeah, that was a bit weird.
That weapon belongs to someone. Someone very, very dangerous.
And,
And when I was trying to get some information the other day out of the three that keep it safe, it spoke back. The three that's supposed to be stealing this thing, they're not there to steal it. It's using them to hide.
Wait, what?
You know how powerful these three are. The real ones. Not just these imitations.
Oh, the
I
Three
have-
Kings. Oh, yeah.
Some idea?
What is more powerful than them?
I would assume your boss.
That's the only thing I can think of.
I think I need to wait for Yamada to come back first. I think this is something he should know too.
He's comes back in. It's not like he's not gone for super long. I just forgot to grab his token. And he just like, as he like walks over to you, he just hands you like a thing of water.
I just straight up grab his arm.
Ugh. What's wrong?
Yakumo,
Yakumo's been dead for years.
no. Hiding. And then he just takes the orb and slams it back on the desk closer to him.
Can you not slam us, please? We still feel that.
Now's not the time.
I think what Matt's trying to say is whatever's out there currently is making something as powerful as Yakumo retreat inside the little orb to hide away.
This thing was made to seal away the sword of Yakumo. It's too strong for that. It's using them to hide. It is frightened.
Of-
He is frightened.
Of what?
No one will tell me. The only thing that I have heard from both sources, from Enma himself and from this, is what needs to be buried. Stay buried.
Yamada's just looking at it. As far as we know, Yakumo was an older being, an older demon. Ryzen at his prime was able to deal with him, but leftover remnants of him, they were hazardous, and the Three Kings did what they could to either contain or destroy them. I believe this probably being the last little bit of him left. But beyond him, like, he's gone. And you see
Not him.
Yamada just like put his like hand on his chin. He's thinking, and it's like when he looks over at Kunai and then he looks at Naoki. That's why Enma doesn't like you, Kunai, and especially you, Naoki. If there's something that even Yakumo was afraid of, and he's actively trying to do something about it, you two must have done something, or must have a part in something that he won't tell anyone about.
I made a couple of mistakes in these past few weeks, but nothing that catastrophic.
I can think of one.
Oh, really? Do tell.
I don't know if it has anything to do with my wish, but, that would explain some things. It doesn't have anything to do with my wish, does it?
I don't even know what he's afraid of, Naoki.
Yeah, well, I think that counts for all of us. I... Hot damn. This is an unfavorable situation.
Matt, I think we really do need to get a drink. What was that fucking place Mai told us to go to?
A seafood restaurant?
Yeah.
Maybe we should go. I'm starting to feel ill here.
You guys gonna head to the place you wrote down?
Yep.
All right. So, you all leave the office. Yamada just kind of begins to talk with Spike and Lex a little bit, just seeing if maybe, like, getting a feel for what they can do and, like, just still trying to information gather. You guys head out and you begin to walk and you follow the instructions. And while that is happening, we're going to do a little bit of a flashback.
Interesting.
So while this is happening, I need everybody but Dan to mute.
Definite mute or just mute?
Just mute.
Let's see. Where's my boy? I'm so tiny.
Ice game mini. This works. This is we'll be picking back up a couple days ago, just shortly, but like after you and Renka left. You guys were dropped off near the pier and just told something should be coming by to pick you up in about like 45 minutes or so. So it's just kind of you and her just like shooting the shit for a bit.
Alright, so, remember when I told you about meditation?
Yeah?
Well, seeing as how we're here on the shore, this is actually a pretty perfect place to try it.
I'm game.
Alrighty, let's see how game
How do we
you
do
are. Okay. What do you do to access your Reiki?
You know, I never really thought about it.
Yeah, neither did I.
I guess it just kind of, you know, pops up when you need it.
I know, right? That was convenient.
You know, they just threw me. Your friend in the coat found me a while ago and just kind of got me involved in all these things. I don't actually know how most of this stuff works.
Well,
Actually, I think I remember. He told me the way to access it is to... It's not actually to strike a pose, is it?
I've never done that.
Yeah, I don't think Karinu does that either.
It works for Pyro.
He's okay, right?
Last I heard.
No, I mean like in the head.
Oh, that... Last I heard.
You both just start laughing. You see a little fish swim by in the water, and then like the Jaws theme plays as a seagull drags it down below.
No, they can't hurt you anymore, Daisuke. They're gone now.
You okay?
Anyway.
I'm not. Don't worry, Dan. I'm not understanding you. I promise.
Anyway.
So, meditation. How does this work?
Daisuke's gonna show first and then tell. He's gonna concentrate, and then he's just gonna step forward onto the water.
Oh, shit. Wait, if you can do that, why are we waiting for a boat? We could just run there. It's only, like, I think it... What'd the driver say? It's like a 2 or 3 day travel?
Yeah, by boat. Imagine how long it would take to walk.
See her put her hands on her hip and, like, squints at you. Oh, I guess somebody's afraid of the challenge.
Listen, that's not what this is about. And Daisuke is gonna sit cross-legged on the water.
That is very impressive.
I had to go through a whole month of training with Kuroka to learn this.
It's nice. It's kind of like, you have a good control over yourself because you're kind of aware of who you are.
It's kind of weird, actually, It's one of those things where I used to just kind of run off headstrong. It just kind of, hit things till it stopped. Well, that part hasn't really changed. But
It's the nature of our job.
well, yeah.
And investigation work, but I mean, look who I'm talking to. I'm sure you three know more about investigating than I ever will. It's a very earnest thing she says to you.
So, you want to try giving this a shot?
You hesitated, but yeah, I'll give it a shot.
All right. Close your eyes.
Cool. And I'll roll Renka's stat, which hers is Intelligence.
Ah. Oh, wow.
So you see her begin to focus and you feel her Reiki begin to rise up, and it's a very it's almost in a sense it's when Renka's Reiki flares up, it's almost like she brings up a little bit of a gentle breeze with it too. It's peaceful to be around Renka.
No.
And then give me a perception check so I can narrate what's about to happen. It's a very low DC.
I hope it is. Or am I currently in Zen Daisuke mode?
Zen Daisuke mode, and it's a DC of 5. You're very hard pressed to miss it.
Okay. This is gonna be this then. Wow, even then.
Damn, but alright, you got it. You see, she begins to walk forward the same way you did, and her foot just goes into the water. I don't think it worked. But you looking directly at her, you see two, with black trimmed fur and very soft white fluffy fur. You see two ears just right on the side of her head. Or right on top of her head, rather.
You really do have ears.
What do you... Wait, what? And you start seeing the thing where, she's only moving in keyframes and she's, moving around rapidly, what? And then just immediately pulls the hat over them. You didn't see that.
Well, I think part of you is still separating yourself from the water.
I don't know. I've never been a fan of water. I don't like it.
Yeah. Cats tend to have an aversion.
I will scratch you. She's just laughing, though. She's not actually mad.
Now, close your eyes and listen to the sound of the ocean.
She just sits on the beach and she does so. She's just following instruction.
Now imagine the waves moving back and forth. The sounds of the tide. I picture the glisten of the light on top of the water. Do you see it? Can you picture specks of light?
A bit.
Try to concentrate on that light and separate that light above the water and try to form an image of yourself.
Okay, I think I see you, but it's just not clear yet. I don't actually know what myself is.
Yeah, it's probably because you're going through a bit of a transformation. It's okay. It took a bit of time for me as well, and a lot of boulders being thrown at me.
If you throw boulders at me, I won't give you coffee anymore.
I wasn't planning on throwing boulders. There's no need to, no need for anything dire.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I'll get the hang of this. We can probably deal with it a little more when I get back.
Yeah. When you can get that clear image of yourself, you can see yourself above the water. Water's just another surface to walk on.
She pulls out her locket and she starts looking at it. I bet Karino has a clear image of me.
Hey, from what I've seen, you two got quite a bond.
Yeah, she's she's my sister from another plane.
Now, don't tell Honda I've said this, but, well, before I even found out I had brothers, Honda's always just kind of been like a brother.
You have a Karino.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, him and I go way back. We'd scrap all the time against each other. Rival gangs and all that.
I've heard stories about, you being in a street gang, Daisuke. It kind of sounded, and I hope you're not mad, but are you sure it was a street gang and not a club?
I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, no one kept the streets safer with us around. Well,
that's me.
when I was in charge anyway. Before, no one kept the streets meaner when Scuzz was around.
Even with a name like Scuzz.
Now it's kind of a dead giveaway.
It's like, your leader shows up and it's like, oh, Daisuke, I'm the leader of the Osaka Screaming Skulls. My name is, I don't know, Stabatha.
Well, things change after Scuzz, and the other members, they got killed.
I'm sorry.
That's what happens when you're partying in a graveyard at night. And a demon shows up.
We're sitting in an alleyway, and a demon shows up.
You ever notice that demons just kind of tend to show up?
It would be less surprising if they could just come and go as they please, because then it's like, one slipped through. It's like, no, one just walked past. But I don't see the issue with it, really. I don't know why we have to keep a barrier up.
From what I've seen, doesn't matter who or what you are. Both sides got good people, and both sides got jerks.
She sort of stands up and dusts herself off. Well, I guess if jerks keep coming through, it's up to us to keep being good people.
See? That's the attitude. It ain't about humans, demons, and spirit whatevers. It's about the good people taking out the jerks.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And she just, stretches and, looks out to the sea.
Sense a jerk out there?
Go fuck him up.
Teach him from messing with Spirit Agency.
I will be getting that promotion.
Hell yeah!
Or a bonus. He's just chuckling and she just screams out to the sea. You hear that? I'm getting a promotion!
Wait, am I gonna get a promotion?
Well, you didn't yell it out to the sea.
Oh, shit! Alright! You hear that large body of water? Promotion for Daisuke! Which Sheena will love! Because that means more savings!
You both just stand there after you yell, and then it's like, like as you yell, make me a dexterity saving throw, Dan.
Oh no! Hey, 17.
Okay, only the bottom of your pants get wet, but you do manage to like an incoming wave is about to crash on you, but you manage to like do the old like you're running up a wave basically, but your control gives out just near the top, so your pants get wet. And Renka's just like trying hard not to fall over, laughing as she's watching this.
Hey! Okay, yep, that's kinda cold, but imagine how cool that must have looked though, right? That was cool, right?
9 for style, 6 for execution.
Alright, next time I'll bring a boogie board.
We should come back here. I bet this place looks nice during the summer.
Yeah. Wait.
This isn't the same. No, this isn't the same beach.
No. Like the beach would be like further on. Like you have to like drive out to that. This is more just like it's just a coastal spot. Like where you guys are is like when you arrived at the docks, like you were just told to go wait off to the side near the rocks where you wouldn't be super visible. And that you know, it's kind of like think spirit agencies out of the way area for when they need things to go, so that they're just not in the middle of like a direct port. You sure that? Oh wait, I think the boat's on its way.
Oh, neat. You know, I don't even have a surfboard. I have an ironing board though.
It must be the same thing.
If I had it right now, I could press my pants. They're kind of wet.
Yeah, you can let them dry off on the boat. And as it pulls up, you know, just a regular innocuous, like a dude driving it. Okay, you're the one sent from the Osaka branch, correct?
Bingo!
Alright, I'll take you... I guess I was given the general directions of where to go. We'll make our way out there, and we'll try to keep a relatively safe distance.
Right.
It will take us a little bit of time to get there, though, so you do have a minute to prepare on the boat if you need.
Alrighty.
Yeah, let's get this over with.
Yep.
I gotta come back and talk to that Suzaku guy. I want to know if he's still feeling some of the same stuff I am.
Yeah, we're just here at survey work.
Yeah, it won't take that long. And now we'll jump back to the main party. Give me 1 second. I'm just getting some music. And actually, I didn't even have to change the map. We could have stayed where we were. So, who's basically leading you all as you follow the directions? Like, who's the main front walker?
I am assuming Kunai, since it was her idea.
Naoki would be probably propped up by Matt at this point.
Okay. So, as you all are walking, you pass a bunch of restaurants, you pass a bunch of places, and you start to just be like, we're leaving a lot more of the busier districts. Like, where the hell is May sending us? Because it's just like a lot of different directions and a lot of turns she's having you take. And after a while, you circumnavigate like around a bunch of buildings and make your way like through an alley. And you can see off to the side, like further down like the strip is like a port. but you're not direct. You're not being led to the port. You're led towards like a small like, sort of like in an outcropping of like rocks off to the side of it.
Well, this is some kind of fancy restaurant you've sent us here, Mai.
She's not with you.
No, I'm just saying that out loud. Just like commenting on like where the fuck did she send us?
How much money did she give you?
30,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Roll in either investigation, survival, or perception check as you guys get closer to this place.
Like perception. Oh,
Investigation, let's say. Nah.
Survival. 8.
Naoki, you have tummy pains. It's very hard for you right now.
Yeah, just send me over by those rocks. I'll let you guys do the hard work.
There's somebody definitely there. It's just a guy. He seems like he doesn't look like he's with Spirit Agency though. He's just kind of like linked up, and you see something like just like almost like pushed onto the shore. It just looks like a normal speedboat. And he just kind of like looks over at you all and just like holds his hand up and waves. I'll put an NPC token, but he would be like right around here, and you guys would be coming in from this side. So you can put your tokens down.
I did not see where you pinged.
To the right.
I hope I actually went on the right fucking thing. Hair in my mouth.
And forgive me for not having a boat asset. I couldn't find one that looked good. But
It's fine.
hi, you guys the people May was talking about?
I'm going to
Yeah.
guess so. What's all this about?
Oh, she and you just kind of see him like looking around. 30,000 in the you can rent the boat. She already called ahead and set stuff up.
Damn.
How long do we have the boat for if we do this?
I mean, I would like to see my boat back, but I was surprised to even hear from May in the first place. I thought she died a long time ago, so consider me being in a good mood. Just get it back to me when you get it back to me. But do get it back to me.
I promise.
Understood.
I promise you, you will get a boat back.
Just I don't know. She didn't give me too many details. She said I'm sending some people by to pick something up, and she said, quote unquote, remember how I used to do business with Yamada's orders, and to just act on the assumption that you all are doing the same thing. So I'm not going to ask questions. That way, if I'm asked, did you all do anything? I don't know what happened.
Okay, good. We're just going out on a little fishing excursion.
I didn't hear what you're doing.
Oh,
No
hey.
idea what you guys are doing. But if you guys were doing something, well,
You never
I have
seen
no,
us.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Like, I found 30,000 yen on the ground, and I decided I was gonna go drink for a little bit. as he's just like walking off and he raises a hand. And you just hear him very loudly and inconspicuously saying, "God damn. I'll deal with it later. I think I might have left the keys in the ignition. Oh well."
Well, since we're here, we might as well go out in the water.
Hold on. Before we start heading out anywhere, we need to make sure we're stocked up on stuff.
Days travel?
On this boat, yeah.
So, you're not too worried about the inevitable black hole that will result if we don't come back, right? Seemed far more concerned earlier, Matt.
I still am concerned.
Look, we know at least what happened to them. We can presume that they're both alive right now. So that means that whatever happens, we can get them out of it. If we can come back with Daisuke and Rinka safely, doesn't matter if we get sucked up by whatever this thing is. We just all need to come out of it together.
Kuna, you hear a little bit of a cough. I'm not interrupting, am I, Yuzu?
Who is it?
Who's the only person that talks to you in your head? I had gotten a strange feeling and just thought I'd poke in and see how things are.
To be honest, they're not good.
Is there anything I can do?
I don't know. Do you know of anything to do with the Yakumo fella?
He should be gone, but Yakumo was an old demon. His right hand actually is the one of his old lieutenants. They're the origin of us. They were the first Giganchi.
Maybe you want to take a look at this, and she's going to just think back on what she'd experienced from that barrier.
Let me roll a history check for dear old dad.
Da.
Pepperoni and cheese, as it were.
For all the dearest.
Give me 1 second. I'm just getting his sheet pulled up. I mean, is anybody else having the trouble where this thing takes fucking 2.5 years to load in?
What thing?
Roll 20 sheets. When you open them up, they start going around in circles in a minute.
I've had that problem in the past.
It's stinky, Batty. I don't like it.
HP.
All right. Roll a Historum. I'll say I'm gonna give you the 28 on that because it's you recalling it to help him out with this as well. So I'll count this as him rolling that with advantage. He starts to focus. Yuzu, how did you encounter that? Where are you?
Well, I tried doing, the thing you showed me before to find objects and people. Well, a few of our friends have gone missing, and we are trying very hard to find them.
Are they missing in the Makai?
No.
Then how are you encountering that?
Well, when I was focusing on my friend's item here, this energy is somewhere out in the human world ocean.
No. That energy is here. I know what that is.
Okay.
Like that's very obviously. I don't know how you encountered that. Like, why is... And he sounds very confused in your head. It's like, why is that in the human world?
What is that, Dad? Tell me.
I just told you that is... It shouldn't be there.
Oh, God. Matt, is this somewhat of what you had told me about before?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I'm currently speaking with my dad, and some of what he's saying keeps cutting out.
Oh, if you're not hearing certain things, then...
They're not supposed to be spoken about. You hear that in your head as she's telling you that.
Ugh.
Matt.
Yeah,
Can the girl with the eyes hear me or read minds?
you can probably hear.
Like, do you take the orb out?
Yeah, I'd take it out.
None of the mouths are moving on it, but there's a very pure amount of, like, yoki coming off of it. Also, this dude's fucked off. He's going to Big Sippies. That's the name of the bar. The orb itself begins to, like, look towards... it's basically, it's directing its attention to you, Kunai. Who are you speaking with?
Guess you could say my ancestral parent?
Can you... He's basically trying to find a way to, like, hear what you're hearing, and it's like... Yuzu, just hold it. I think maybe we'd be able to speak directly, if that'll help.
I don't like being the middleman, but okay.
As you hold it, you hear a conversation begin where it's just like, you hear a loud scream, or it's like, you absolute fool! You're just going to tempt them to go in there and, like, get it riled up. I trust my daughter. And it's nice to see the form you're in, Yakumo. Shut up. I only ever relied on one Giganchi, and that was far too much in my opinion.
Silly Kunai is eating popcorn.
You're going to antagonize it. The fact that it's in the human world, or that it's showing up there, means it's already been antagonized. There's nothing more that we can and can't do. You hear a voice coming from the orb, and it's loud enough for all of you to hear. Like, it's basically he's speaking out loud now. Matt, if I were you, or rather, not if I were you, I will tell you this outright right now. I will not go near that. So if you are intent on going near it, bury me in the beach right now. Or throw me into the ocean. I'm not going near it.
So, can I hear both of them out loud right now?
Say, just for the sake of convenience, anything Ryuji's saying, like, if Kunai just opens her mouth slightly, it's like a speakerphone. I'm just gonna do that from now on.
I mean, I could
Rolling her eyes as it's
I
happening.
could technically try and link us using mind reading.
Oh, you know what? Perfect. That just makes everything easier, so everybody can hear everyone.
Oh god, not this shit again! Ah!
Oh, telepathy. Well, telepathy and mind reading, yeah, I could do both. And yeah, everyone just hears the whole conversation.
Ryuji,
Hmm?
you think we can handle this?
Oh, no, not at all. But
Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence, Dad.
Yuzu, I can't handle that.
Oh no.
Well, we're not
don't-
gonna. Whatever it is, and still don't know what it is, by the way. You kind of like a little glitchy there. We don't need to fight it. We just need to get Daisuke and Rinka out of there.
Exactly. If it's avoiding it, I believe you can do that, but I don't actually think it can be killed. So I don't believe, and I don't even. It doesn't make sense that that's what this is, because I know for a fact it's still here.
Wait, so there can only be one of these things?
There is only one of it. There's only ever been one of it.
Wait a
There's
second.
only one of it. Amazing.
Dad,
Hmm?
I just thought of something.
Mm-hmm.
By any small chance, is it maybe somewhat similar to what you and I have?
What do you mean?
Maybe some unfortunate human got killed and they happen to have abilities.
Could it be that? It can't, no.
So, might be Mazuku, that's a theory. Scary one, but, potentially more doable if this thing is so dangerous. Maybe its kid isn't as dangerous.
I don't know. You remember back on a certain organization we had to put down and what their goal was, right?
It's true.
Well, what if they were successful?
You know. I
Matt,
guess.
you would. Oh, sorry. Go
Well,
ahead.
I guess you Mazuku ain't really nothing to sneeze at either.
Well, that would explain the blatant racism.
What are you saying, Cable?
Matt, you can make a history check. You remember, like, referring like to the documents that the Black Cloud have on their experiments.
Ooh, big bean.
You remember the more notable ones that they had made, and like the things that they had done, and you remember as you were going through the like papers, like the three more prominent ones that they had ended up making, and as far as you could tell, there was no more information on it. Was Fushu and Pyro? They were the three most like closest to, if not like legitimately like perfected like experiments. And none of them had abilities that were like this, that have like so actively stonewalled any attempt to figure out what's going on.
Eh. Oh, I'd relay that information first of all.
So either we're working with someone who was a rogue scientist and managed to pull this off, or they're natural. That's what I'm working off of.
Well, those are kind of the only two options out down that route.
I don't know of any demons, at least to my knowledge. Actually, wait. What? So, let me get this straight, right? The little people inside your little orb thingy there, they're fragments of the Three Kings, right?
Yeah.
Another theory, and this is just another theory. Who's to say this entity that cannot be named could have also been fragmented somehow?
And that what's up here is the same.
Yeah, so that's why it would give off a similar type of demon energy, because it literally is the same thing, just a part of it.
I might have to. Yuzu, Naoki,
Yeah.
Matt,
Mm-hmm.
I can do what I can to help you, but I need to prepare you ahead of time for this information, Yuzahira. I'm going to see if this is still where it's supposed to be on our end. At least as close as I can get to it, but... truthfully, even by decree of the Three Kings, it's not even supposed to be spoken about. On our end. If you all are unable to speak about it, that means someone on your end is stopping it from being talked about. I've never, as far as I know of this and what it actually is, it revels in people knowing it exists. I think it... You all haven't... It's something only the oldest of us would know about. You either would have had to live through it or have someone close to you who lived through what this thing was.
Is knowing the information of its existence dangerous?
It gives it a weapon.
That's not good.
Have you talked to anyone from Spirit World lately?
That would be Matt.
I talked to Lord Enma himself.
What did he say?
He wouldn't really give me much. No matter what I tried, he was still trying to hide and just said that was all under control. The one line that gave it away as something more terrifying was the same thing that this one told me, and that it needs to stay buried.
And he said it's...
Those exact words.
I'm gonna have Ryuji make an
Leave what needs to be buried, buried.
There's... If he's not telling you, and you... The name of what you're looking for is... Okay? Or nothing?
Nothing.
Okay, I know what's doing this then. I know what it is. Enma's having someone run interference up above. And if Enma's having someone run interference, then I unfortunately know what this is, but it's not supposed to do this. I have to go check into something. I will... Be wary if you head out there of anything you see.
You be careful, Dad. This sounds... I don't want you to get hurt.
There's a very high chance I could die. And I'm telling you this now so you don't freak out about it later.
Yeah, maybe don't then?
It's worse if I don't go. And if I don't come back, Yuzuhira, it was a pleasure getting to know you.
He's actively panicking.
I may have to stop in and speak to your mother as well, Naoki.
I wouldn't do that.
No, I need someone to come with me.
Well, if you couldn't ask for a better bodyguard, if I'm gonna be honest with you.
I wish he was still around.
What is that?
And an old associate I used to know a while back. He was very kind. He was around when the barrier first got established. Humans have a shorter lifespan than us. He died a long time ago.
What was it that he did?
Essentially, your jobs.
Wait.
He was Enma's first.
Ah, god damn it.
Ooh.
I've met the guy, technically.
But wait, how did you meet him? He's been gone for a while.
Yeah, he's not alive from what I'm aware, but I've met him. Daisuke, I think, maybe has seen him a little bit. I don't know, but I've definitely seen him.
Yeah, I know what's going on. I have to, Please, I'll try to reach back out again once I can confirm what this actually is, but I don't want to make speculations without having the full information present. All I can say is this is exactly what it is. It's serious. And for the longest time, I thought this was going to stay dead, so I don't know why you're having to deal with this, but it's not a good sign. Just find your friends and make your way out.
Please be careful, Dad.
I'll do my best, Yuzu. And he sort of just ends the connection there. The remnant of Yakumo begins to start like glowing, Matt. And you see the sword appear from it, but the orb is still intact in your hand. Are you intent on going, or are you staying, Matt?
I haven't decided yet.
Let's talk options first. So you can
go ahead. Oh no, I just wanted to make sure it was clearly known. The boat is there for you all to take to leave, but you are not obligated to do it at this time. If you need anything else to do, it is just an option May was leaving there for you. I didn't want it to feel like I was railroading anybody.
Okay, so Matt, this is the way I see it. Okay, you can take my opinion about whatever's going on or leave it. Whatever this entity is, it's an unquestionably ungodly powerful entity that may have been remained dormant for, a while. Inma doesn't want us to know about it, and whether they like it or not, There's apparently 2 of them, and one of them is right in the middle of the fucking human world ocean. The way I see it, Ryuji was the only person so far to give us a vote of confidence that we could successfully engage it and escape it. Or at least, I guess he was maybe a little shaky about that, but we don't need to take the thing head on. We don't know what it is, we don't know what it does. It's very fucking dangerous. But if Ryuji thinks we can get away from it, I trust him. That's my opinion. I'm not going to speak for everybody. Kunai, you have any opinions on this?
Well, my thoughts are, why exactly is it that Enma is preventing you and me specifically from leaving?
Well, he doesn't like us because we're demons, we know that much, but there might be a little bit more to it than that.
I get that feeling too.
Yeah. And I know for a fact it can't be just my wish, because if he was mad at me for making the wish, that wouldn't make sense why you would be lumped together with me, considering it's my responsibility.
Well, yeah, and, frankly, weren't they still kind of waffling on that decision? Like, they haven't even gone through with it yet.
Yeah, I'm still mad about that. Wait a second. I don't know this for a fact, but I do know another thing we share in common that Inma knows about.
Yeah.
We both have parents old enough to remember the name of this entity and that it exists.
Huh.
I don't think that's anything that could be said of anybody else from Spirit Agency.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're so concerned.
Yep. That's also why Enma's boys are probably running in interference on what the actual name of this thing is, so.
Yeah, who gives a fuck about a name anyway? We know it's dangerous and we know we have to go get our friends.
And we know we can get away from it, at least potentially. And that's, again, kind of a relief. A little bit.
That's just a fancier way to say maybe.
There's a couple of other things I would want to do, potentially.
I'm listening.
I think we should try to find Enma's original, I guess.
First?
Yeah.
That guy can be kind of a pain in the ass.
Second, although this is gonna be kind of hard, we should try to find Karinu.
I don't want to drag Karinu into this. I don't think she's strong enough.
I know, I get that, but she has set up shop, remember?
Oh, okay.
And of all people, she deserves to know too, at least.
She does. I just don't want to do anything stupid.
I don't know, I figure we need to get some items.
Matt, you still thinking it over?
I am.
Okay. You want to come with us as we prepare in advance to make a really stupid decision?
No, I still need to stock up on stuff personally, so I'll tag along for now. But I'm still not making any decision yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so group consensus to Karina shop?
Yep.
Alright, I don't actually have a shop map for her, so we'll just use the office again. And to any viewers watching, I promise you, I do make maps. I don't make maps for every little thing that we do.
Also, like, if we want to go somewhere that you like had no idea that we're gonna go to that place that session, it's like impossible to make a map for. So,
I've been able to do it on the fly every now and again, but I'm not the I'm not Superman.
just gonna set my token over here.
Yeah, just you would go in. Karina would be at her normal spot. She looks very sad in the face, though. You can tell.
I
How
take it
you
you
holding
already
up?
know.
It comes with working here. What? Renka and Yamada told me Matt heard her breathing at least, so I know she's not dead.
I assume then you already know why we're here.
I assume you need things before. You guys aren't planning to go there, are you?
No, what made you think that? We're just going patrolling. That's all this is.
Please,
Patrolling.
please keep this on the down low.
Bring Renka back, please.
Oh. I don't intend on stepping back into this office until she's safe and sound, don't worry. Or, maybe never step in this office again, but, that's beside the point.
Just, what do you all need?
Well,
I don't know if you remember on the handout, you can just find the Plum document and pull up Potions by Plum.
Potions.
Yeah, she just took Plum's shop, so it's like all of Plum's shit that isn't deadly is left with her.
Do, 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 do.
And then, just for the sake of it, so that way we don't have to be like, oh, I'll take this
Yeah.
this week. Just restock at your leisure. The prices should be on there, and I trust you guys to keep track of your money.
Okay, we'll do that.
I trust there's no shenanery that you all are gonna steal.
Nah,
No, I would not.
we'll
Not
do,
from Karina.
we'll do the math off camera.
Yeah, just write down the number of what you're looking for, and then we'll do the math off camera.
I was looking at my item sheet. I actually haven't really used any healing items, and I've got a few, so I should be actually fine.
She also would give each of you like 3 days worth of like like just like you ever see those like those meal kits they give to like soldiers and shit?
Yeah.
Parties?
Yeah, like 3 a piece each, so that way you actually have food to eat and stuff while you're out in case you can't find something.
I would also like to ask her if she has anything for stealth.
No.
No, damn. Okay.
But she's making sure you guys are all set. Like, some people in the office are like peeking over, some people aren't. Like, it's very clear that there are some in the office who know exactly what it is you guys are up to, but they're just, they don't see nothing, they don't know nothing.
I got a weird question for you, Cable. Naoki's been dealing with this injury for a while now, so he would probably have a good idea for this. Would painkillers work at all?
You never tried them.
Not even when Naoki was hospitalized, nobody gave him any painkillers?
I mean, they gave you like super delusional, goofy medicine, so if you were in pain, you wouldn't know it. But just a standard like painkiller to like stop it from like hurting as much. You've never just tried that.
Can I try to like nab some of the stronger stuff? Just real
I'll say you find a bottle of painkillers.
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna make you roll for this.
Okay.
It has about you know what? Roll a d8. See how many doses it has left in there.
D8. Okay. Opioids, yay, let's go. 4.
4. Okay, so you found there's 4 doses of medicine left in there. The way I'll have this work is they work for a span of 12 hours apiece. So every 12 hours you would need to take one, or else you're going to be suffering from like pain and probably some disadvantages in areas. But they will work to act as a buffer, and Naoki really won't get better, but you won't be physically hindered while you're trying to do something.
Yeah, that's the main thing that I was wanting to have. Okay, thank you.
Yep, so you have 4 uses of it, so you got to make those count. Because if you try to ask somebody for more, they might realize what you're doing.
Yeah, fair enough.
And you know what? I'll even give you this, Batty. Like, as you were going to get them, like, there was a doctor in the room who, you know, you were trying to figure out a way you could just, like, grab it without them looking. And Ganta saw what you were trying to do, saw the medicine there, and then looked you dead in the eyes and went, "Oh, my heart! My heart, it's hurting! I'm dying!" And then everybody, like, they're all rushing, like, "Ganta, can you stop?" It's like, "No, I'm dying! No, pay attention to me, I'm dying!" As he's waving with his foot, telling you, like, just go get it.
Naoki's gonna grab the painkillers and he's gonna clap his hands together and like do like the bless you hand sign and to just
He folds down all of his toes except for his big toe to basically try to do a thumbs up with his foot.
Okay, sweet.
He's throwing you a bone. He's helping you out because he still he cares about his friends. Ganta's nice.
I love Ganta.
So you all have what you would need before you would, you know, do nothing. What else is it you all have to do?
I'd like to see if we could get some more information from this first person.
Who?
She's not gonna know. Wait a second. There might be somebody that we know that might be able to get us in contact with first, even though I'm not 100% for sure. But I don't know how she's holding up right now. Would I know where Sheena is?
You have Sheena's number.
Yes. Yeah, let's make the call. I'm dialing up Sheena.
It barely rings once. Do you have Daisuke?
We're working on that. I need your help.
What do you mean work? Where is he?
I can explain on the way, but not here right now. Can you get us in contact with first?
Who?
Have you seen a very tall, bearded, spiritual type man just walking around?
Wait, you've seen him?
Yes.
I've been looking for him.
God damn it. Okay, so you don't know where he is either?
He's somewhere in the city. He's not supposed... The dead can't cross over into the world of the living like that.
I think he's on business.
I don't know how he's been doing it. Nobody gets past me.
Yeah, he might have a little bit of help, but maybe that's just the way he is. But he's in the city, definitely. You know that for a fact.
Like, as you would, no, I don't think anybody would know this, so never mind. He's... Hold on, let me roll a history check for Sheena. Let me see if Daisuke might have told her something. No. I don't know where he's at, but he can't be too far behind. He can't be too far from where you all are.
He's been talking to Daisuke, right?
I don't know why he keeps crossing over. Last time I saw him walking back, like I see him as he goes back, but I never see when he leaves. He hasn't gone back yet. That's how I know he's still there.
you think he could be hanging around some of the spots that Daisuke normally hangs out? Or do you think that would be kind of silly?
I mean, if he was hanging around spots Daisuke would be at, I don't know, either the arcade or the pizza place are probably the two places you'd want to check.
Pizza.
Let's go to the pizza place. Thank you, Sheena. We love you.
You'd better find him. If
We
you all
will.
cross over here and I don't have him, I'll double kill you.
Oh, we're well aware.
Duly noted.
No one tell Junko about this just yet.
Oh yeah, no, nobody in this office is foolish enough to do that yet.
Daisuke hasn't crossed over. I haven't seen him come through yet, so he's not dead.
Oh, that's good.
Well, you're not going to see him cross over, so no worries.
She just kind of like goes and she's just like scouring around, like trying to keep things in order. You guys gonna? So you were told by Sheena that either the pizza place or the arcade.
Yeah.
As a group pizza place?
Yes.
Matt, your pizza place for you too?
Yeah.
Okay. Karina wishes you all good luck, and then you guys make your way out, and you just like book it to Turbo's Pizza. And as you make your way to Turbo's Pizza, Naoki, roll a history check with advantage.
History check with advantage. Let's see what I roll.
You bust into the pizza place. You see like a bunch of people sitting there. They're all just like looking at you all as like you all just kick the door in and are breathing heavily, like looking around. Like Kunai and Matt, you guys just kind of looking around. You don't know what you're looking for really, but Naoki, you recognize the face. This is the guy who showed up at Hideki's house. And he's just eating a slice of pizza staring at you all.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. He's gonna march over there.
Oh.
Hey, we have a bit of a problem that you might be able to help us with.
I don't know what you're talking about. As he slides the pizza on the table closer to himself.
We're not sending you back to Spirit World if that's what you're asking.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. They can't keep me if I don't want to be there.
I figured. One of our friends went missing.
Oh, it was Daisuke. I liked him.
Yeah. So, could you potentially provide us with some information that might help us locate his whereabouts?
It all depends on what information you're looking for.
Can I?
I have a bit of a personal inquiry. I think you might be familiar with a Jiganshi by the name of Ryuji.
Oh, yeah. I know him. He was one of the first or maybe second generation children of the I forget. I think his name was Rao, the one who was with Yakumo all those years ago.
Aww.
Honestly, he's pretty dumb for a Jiganshi, but Ryuji was cool. I liked him.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Anyway, you two apparently have a huge history together. Can you explain to me why he is investigating something rather dangerous in the Makai?
What is he investigate? What is going on?
Something that we can't hear or talk about, apparently.
I'll roll for him. Give me a second, I just gotta find a sheet. Wait, what do you mean you can't hear or talk about it? How can I help you if you won't tell me what's going on?
Inma is preventing us from knowing about it.
Inma can't do. You see him just like drop the slice of pizza mid-sentence. Wait. Hold on. When Okay. Start from the beginning and please tell me what's going on.
Oh. A while ago, a couple of hours ago, our friends Daisuke and Renka went missing. We were told that we can't go, but we weren't told why.
And Enma won't speak on it, and nobody's telling you what's going on.
And
Correct.
anyone who does try to tell us, it's like the word gets completely censored out of existence.
Yeah, that's Amaterasu doing that.
Alright, history check. Kunai ain't that stupid.
I knew the sun was evil.
Fucking, I'm gonna kill the sun!
That's
It's
her doing
great.
that.
Alright, she is dumb.
Enma's good at governing, but in terms of power, he's probably not as strong as a more seasoned spirit detective, but his connections are what make him the Lord of Spirit World. And
Really?
one of his connections in particular happens to be a deity known as Amaterasu. She governs over creation, she keeps things in line, and usually what she decrees, she has a way of forcing it onto people. She can't do anything to the Makai for the most part, but she has very strong influence over human world. So, if you can't speak of it, that means she's stopping it. And if she's stopping it... you see him stand up. If she's stopping it, then... there's only one thing she's getting involved for. Alright. Where are we going?
Wait, you're not coming with us, are you?
What? New generation spirit detectives have no need for me?
No, it's just...
This
Oh, yeah,
is
more
not really
important
what I
things
was
to do.
hoping for, to be honest.
I do, but I can do what I need to do wherever. And Daisuke is actually fairly important to what I need to be doing. At least from my perspective.
Uh,
I can't
Big Idiot's important to us too, so...
I can't tell you what it is that we'll be dealing with until we get there.
Look, I have completely erased the idea of us defeating or even combating whatever the hell this thing is. We just want Daisuke and Rinka back.
This is... Then we can't waste too much more time.
Okay, then.
It's not that I believe they'll die, it's staying where I assume they are for too long is not going to be good for them.
Oh, wonderful.
Do me a favor.
Yes.
If Daisuke's wife asks, you didn't find me.
Oh,
She's been
no.
looking for-
Don't even worry about it.
I have a bit of a job I'm supposed to be doing. But it can wait. Especially if this is what I believe it to be, and I'm pretty sure it is. He just kind of looks around a little bit. One thing I do need to do, though, it's important.
Yeah.
You see him stand up, and you actually see this dude's very physically imposing, Naoki.
As
And
I
he just
remember.
he cracks his neck and his knuckles, and then it's just all right. Excuse me, can I get a to-go box? Just actually give me some of those too. There. Thank you. You see he grabs like a can of something to drink and he puts like 6 out of 8 slices of a pizza in a box. All right, we have to go.
Matt.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Matt.
But
I don't know if your orb's gonna want to tag along, but we do currently have the world's strongest spirit detective to have ever lived on our side, so does that sway your opinion in any way?
not as much as you'd hope.
That's what I thought.
So
I'll let you still
the
think
part
on
of the
it.
sword separating from the orb, Matt, was in the sense of Yakumo's. Like, the orb was going to tell you at that point on the beach, just like you sort of pulled us out of a holding cell, Matt. So we'll come along with you. I don't give a. He's being stubborn. And so the orb is still in your hand, but the sword is also separate from the orb. Because, like you said, it wasn't keeping it sealed away and it wasn't imprisoned.
I know.
You know anybody you can leave that with?
I don't want to leave it. I obviously can't force it to go. But the amount of power that it has, I can't just let that slide.
First puts his hand on your shoulder and looks at you. A weapon will always just be a tool, Matt. It'll always be a vehicle and a catalyst for what you do. Your mind will always be superior to whatever weapon you hold in your hand will be, because that's the only way you can use it. When all else is gone, all we have are these, and he holds up his hands. Have confidence you won't let yourself down. And he gives you like the warm grandpa smile. But he's got pizza grease on his face.
I need to have a talk with it first.
As for you, Yakumo, you look so cute as a weapon. It reminds me of the days Ryzen would bust your skull in. Your sword feels like it wants to flip somebody off. I'll leave you two to talk. I'll be outside. And he'll just excuse himself and you all can do what you need to do.
Okay, I guess I'll start then.
Yeah, I guess. Go ahead, kick it off.
I'm just gonna take my leave for a bit. I'll be back. I don't know. I'll be back soonish.
Where are you going?
I need to have a talk with someone.
Alright, I guess I'll go wait outside.
You go hang outside with the first. Where's Naoki doing?
Naoki is just gonna wait for Matt to finish up with whatever he's got.
Okay. Stage is set for you, Matt.
I'm just gonna once again find somewhere just away from away from people to talk.
You find a little isolated spot. It's like it's busy in here, but it's also not like crowded wall to wall. So there's some booths off to the back that you can just like sit in where nobody would like be listening in. There's also music playing in here too, so it's like you've been to a restaurant, you know how they work.
Yeah.
What?
You and I both know that the power that you could give me would help me on this.
I'm not going near it.
I know. If you
Oh.
don't want to go, like I said, I can't force you.
The other three have the luxury of still existing. They all still exist in their older forms. Me? I once tried to conquer these worlds, all three realms, and reign as its king. And in my hubris, I felt the shame of having to fall from my proverbial grace. This is all that exists of me left. I'm not going near that. I don't have a backup body to go back to.
I might be stupid for suggesting something like this, but would it hurt if you used a current body?
What do you mean?
I mean, if you were to meld your soul with someone else's.
Who do you have in mind?
Just does the hands out to the side, like,
For yourself?
yeah.
One second, I had a sneeze. This isn't a dramatic pause. It's just building up. I think a spiritual beast and a demon might be a little too dissimilar for that to work properly. I had a backup once before, but that blue idiot stole it from me.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a history check. You know what makes up Pyro. You know where they got his source from. You know what makes up Shu. Do you remember what made up Fu?
I've forgotten.
It was Yakumo.
Oh. 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 Ooh.
You bring me back to him and leave a part of me with him. You can do whatever you want with the sword. That is what I offer you, Matt. Leave me with the person who was my Mazaku before, and I leave you the sword without my will involved.
Fine, it's a deal.
Then bring me to him, and everything the sword can do is yours. It'll act independently from the other object. He starts to go quiet after that.
I'm sorry about all this.
This is not something you need to apologize for. What do you do now?
I just get up and start heading back towards Naoki.
You head towards Naoki. Naoki, they brought you a glass of water, and there's a really surly server. Like, can you place an order, please?
Yeah, hold on. I'm doing important business right now. Naoki's just kind of lounging on one of the stools.
Hey, boss for brains.
What?
I need your help looking for someone.
Okay.
Do you know where I can find... Who was it?
Fu.
Yeah, I was right. You know where I can find him?
Well, if we're gonna find Fu, we're gonna have to find Shu. And if I know anything about Shu, he's probably either here or at the arcade.
Just look around here for a sec.
Can you, he's not there with you. Matt, can you roll me a history check with, like, I swear to God, it's a DC of 2?
Sure.
If only... Shu's your neighbor. He lives down the street from you. You watched him last time you were fixing your door.
I just go into a corner for a second. I deserve to be here. Never mind, I just remembered. Let's go.
That's weird. He's not here. It's almost like he's a homeowner or something.
Shut up. I do remember that. I just had a duh moment.
You make your way out. Kunai and First will follow you slowly, and then you go about, like, making your way back over. Before we continue this, I just want to know, like, I'm still good to keep going. Do you guys want to do a little bit of a longer one today?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel a bit longer still.
You make your way over to the normal street. You know the Matsumoto household. It's fairly quiet as you go past it. You see your house there, Matt. You see Ogre. He's taking out large bags of trash that you can clearly tell Life Metal's been, like, being gross again. Ah, look at it. Wait, are we under arrest? Why are all of here? And who's the big guy? Hello?
Not important.
Oh, thank God. He just leans back in his chair.
I'm here to talk to that one.
Oh my God. That must be a coincidence, Matt. I woke up this morning with the desire to talk to you too. Strange. I wanted to talk to you so badly. I wanted to talk to you.
Don't get fucking snippy with me. Just because you lost money at the last poker night.
Yeah, whatever. What do you want?
How would you like to be a skin suit for someone?
He knocks over the fucking chair he's sitting in. Swear to God, this is why I need ability to defend myself. I'm not gonna be your suit, so you can be the hell away from. Where's my gun? Starts going.
Gun.
You walked up to him with a sword and said, "How did you like to be a skin suit?" He's pulling out a fucking block.
Hold on. Should have worded that a bit more gently, I know. I have a present for you.
What do you want?
I just stab the sword into the ground.
His eyes, like, widen as he said it. You actually got that out of it?
Is it the second or third time?
Last time I remember seeing it. Oh, those were the good days. Father said with any luck this would be the only time I would ever see that sword. But I would feel so much better after I saw it. And I did. And hello again, Fu. And as he hears that voice, you see him just kind of like his eye. Well, if it isn't the voice in my head. They're planning to do something stupid, and as they were, they're Daisuke's friends. I need a place where someone won't do something stupid. You see the biggest shit-eating grin all over his face. Well, my soul has felt rather vacant since you were gone.
That's creepy.
You're more than welcome to come back. He grabs the hilt of the sword. And then he takes his hand off. And then he immediately holds it out. And nothing happens. I thought that was how... I never said that's how it worked.
He never said you were getting any powers, he's just having a soul. I just take the sword up and just put it back away. Thanks for that.
No, like the soul's still in the sword.
Oh.
It's like it didn't work. Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way. And then then First just walks over and is like, oh, that's easy, hold on. Matt, would you hold the sword up just slightly, please?
Oh, like this?
Yes, just the handle, thank you. And then he lines it up perfectly, like, and then he positions food directly in front of it, like, it's like the end of the sword is parallel to where, like, food would be, and like, all right, this should line up just perfectly. Mr. Fu, I will let you know this is only going to hurt once, but damn is it going to hurt. And then he flicks very gently the little pommel of the sword, and then almost like a burst, you just see Fu get knocked back and break through Shu's wall. Ah!
Ouch.
What in the absolute hell? Oh, hello. Oh, hold up now. Hold up. My heart rate's slowing down. My blood's running cold. And I have an insatiable thirst to just... Ah, and me again!
Shit, he's a vampire. Kill him.
Xiaowei bursts through the roof like I fucking knew it! Like, she leaps in like Sephiroth killing Aerith, like, oh! Oh, I feel so good. He broke my wall.
He broke you all.
I know, I'm looking at him. Fu, you're fixing this. Shut up. Friends of Daisuke, and mysterious old man who I don't know who you are.
Hello.
I offer you my word and the sign of good faith through my money. I will no longer attempt to hunt you down and kill you in cold blood. Specifically that. Now, mild maiming or dismembering or mortally wounding I can't excuse, or I can't rule out, but I won't kill you.
Well, sounds like we got ourselves a deal.
Try any of that. We do have other neighbors on the street that will kick your ass.
Yeah, I am aware of what the Matsumoto household next door is like. I guess I don't know what you would call it, half sister, I guess, or I don't even think I'm related to her. My brother's sister is next door, and my brother's mother is next door, and they are very adamant about keeping this a peaceful neighborhood.
I mean, why would you want to? This is a really nice neighborhood. I mean, just look at it. Don't look at my house right now.
Look at the vermin that moved across the street, and then you just see all of Life Metal. They're just doing like a conga line on your front yard.
Bunch of idiots.
You know, they're probably going to ask the question about the giant hole in your house.
Not really. Have you seen this street? It may look nice, but shit like this happens more regularly than you'd like to believe.
Well, I guess it's par for the course.
Suburban life. It's very hard and very deadly, but no one ever sees it.
You see Fu jump up to his feet like, well, an interesting day indeed, but I feel I'm going to go take a walk. Shu, I no longer need your services. You have a good day, dear brother. Have my property. You see him just drinking something like that. He's gonna go kill a bunch of people.
Oh, dear God.
People.
He was coming to ask me to do it. Apparently there's some weird people who aren't paying up with the club or some shit like that. I didn't feel like it, but he was sitting here trying to convince me, but hey!
Not our business, don't think about it.
Teach a man to fish, am I right?
Please don't let him kill innocents. I just look him just dead in the eyes, please.
Don't give me the sad dog eyes.
I give him the biggest puppy dog eyes I can.
He pushes your nose back. Like, fine, I'll go watch him.
Yay!
He just storms off and he goes to follow Fu. But, Matt, what this means is you now have the Blade of Yakumo that you can add to your inventory. It does what it did before. The only difference is you don't lose yourself while you're using it anymore.
Ooh.
You have complete control of it. So if you want to rename it into something, you can.
Nice.
So, Yakumo's hissy fit is over, and you all seem ready. Are we heading out?
No reason not to.
Let's do this.
Alright, let's go. It'll take us maybe about 5 or 6 days, possibly. We need to find a boat.
We have a boat.
Oh, well, perfect. Do you have oars?
Oh, it's not that kind of boat. Oh, he's so old.
We'll just show you when we get there.
Oh, you must have one of those sails. Oh, neat. I haven't seen one of those in my time, anyway. This should be fun.
Pets him on the back. Okay, old man. We'll just show you. Let's go.
So, 3 spirit detectives and an out-of-touch grandpa make their way to the ocean shore. You guys, is there anything else you guys want to do before we...
Oh, I'm good. I don't know about the other two.
I'm good. I got done what I wanted to do.
Okay.
I would have dropped in at home for a sec just to speak to Ogre and say, if I don't come back, call the police on the van to get them at the house. Everything is yours. Everything I own is yours, not theirs. This is a legally binding document.
You better come back.
Oh, I don't plan on not coming back, but just in case.
I'll make sure to kick them out with very, very little sympathy.
I love you.
I love you too. And then the fucking Groove hugs you all. I love you 3. You have a very strange house, Matt.
Everything about me's fucking strange. I have multiple personality disorder at this point.
You all have collected your items. You've collected your equipment. You've made peace with everything that you need to do. And you even have an unintentional ally coming along with you.
Yeah.
As you guys get set, you make your way back to the shore where you see the boat still waiting for you. And first just looks at it like, the hell is... That's a boat?
Yeah, we're in a time where boats can sail themselves.
Don't think too hard about it. Just say it's magic.
First muster to know this.
You want to talk.
Time. He gets on the boat.
Okay, guys. Operation Save Our Blonde Idiot is underway.
Now, here is the question of the evening.
What?
Who's driving?
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck.
Shit, does anyone... Hold on, I need to look through my sheet. Let's see if I can fucking drive.
Nope. From last time, I fucking refuse.
Kunai gets behind the wheel. There was a dude swimming in the water.
No,
She runs him over.
I'm not saying Naoki has never driven a boat in his life, but if he has, he was severely drunk and he crashed it into somebody's mansion.
I cannot drive a boat. Fuck it, I'll still try anyway. Might as well.
Alright. Matt's driving. Roll me an intelligence check to count for your vehicle. Driving proficiency.
Oh god, it's a 6.
You immediately start to start the boat up, so that way it's getting off. It's sputtering and doing that little thing boats do when they can't when they're not ready to take off. And then it just immediately bursts forward off the water. And you're like, oh shit, Kunai, can you hold the wheel real quick? And then a Yakuza dude runs in front of it and Kunai goes over them and you take the wheel.
Fuck you!
No.
Just swimming.
You was so young! It was the dead of winter! What are you doing here?
I was doing sea crimes!
Sea crimes.
Every third Sunday of the month I come into the ocean and pour oil on the coral.
Oh god.
Dude, you deserve to be run over.
No, the boat just skitters and then it immediately Matt, you're just I don't think I'm doing And then as the boat is at full speed just going straight through the water, you all look over at first. This large imposing man and the whole top half of his face is green too fast. Too fast. Too fast.
Slow down.
And then he just leans over the side of the boat and you just hear oh!
All that pizza gone to waste.
Who makes boats go this fast?
They go faster than this.
And you guys make off at a fairly consistent speed, just based on how you would have to go. You don't really have to navigate too much, so much as just drive out there. But it's going to be a long time, and as you guys begin to go further and further out to sea, the land of Osaka becomes smaller and smaller. You're actually getting significantly far away from it. And Kunai, this would actually be the first time you've probably ever left your home. You've never been this far away aside from the Makai.
We went to Hanging Neck Island.
Yeah, this is still an experience. You don't leave Osaka that much.
Huh. Yeah, nah, fuck it.
Water's choppy. Everything feels it's a fairly cool day, and as the boat just keeps going, you guys got time to kill. If there's anything you want to talk about, if there is nothing, then we can time skip. But you have open time if you guys want to discuss anything.
Well, I wanted to borrow Matt's phone again.
All right.
I am calling up a certain bird.
Rings for a little bit. Hello?
Hey.
Whose number is this?
I broke my phone, idiot. This is Matt's phone.
Why'd you call me an idiot? How would I know that?
That's a good point. Anyway, I'm probably the idiot here. I'm off to do something incredibly stupid and dangerous, and if I don't make it back, I'm sorry.
Wait, where are you?
Nowhere.
You know, where are you?
Somewhere in the ocean.
Why are you in the ocean?
Is it the wrong fucking thing?
Yeah, because he's yelling that in the office. I just want you to know that, Noodle. Like, he's screaming it in the office. Like, why are you in the ocean?
Just quiet down. We have some important business to settle.
I already killed the sharks.
Oh God.
Did you check under every rock?
Yes, I was very thorough about it. No shark gets away from me.
I think one shark in particular may have slipped through the cracks, if you catch my meaning.
I'm on my way.
I want to see if we can insight this, though. Like, I'm trying to give him the answer without giving him the answer.
You're talking about sharks. He's on his way to the beach, because it's like, I'll take care of it.
Please don't do that.
Silent predator have to deep my ass. I'll let him roll an insight check, but he's not good at it.
Can he please try?
No, he's coming for sharks.
Calm down. I need to ask you something that is kind of personal, and I don't think I've asked you this before. How old are you?
A couple hundred years, 300-400 maybe.
Has anyone told you about a very specific entity in the Makai that only the old fellas know about?
Only older people. Wait, is that thing Shulin didn't like?
Probably.
No, that wasn't bad. He always said that was something good. It was weird. He said at some point he would make his way down to see it.
Anyway, idiot, my point is, it's super dangerous. It is not a shark. Please stay safe, and I'll miss you.
Wait. What are you dealing with that's dangerous in the ocean? What are you doing? Why are you... Did you...
She's gonna hang up.
You get a call back on the from Suzaku in like 2 minutes.
Fine, you're so tense. What is it?
Don't just... Where are... Look, Are you guys in trouble? Do you need me to tell Yamada?
Please don't do that.
He's right over there. It's not hard.
Oh, God damn it. Please don't. Please.
Whatever. If I don't hear from you in a few hours, I'm sending something out.
Maybe just be knowing that, it's been real nice being with you. Just in case.
You see him just like... You see him trying to like talk, and it's like, and then you just hear like, don't touch me, what are you doing? And you just hear over the phone, probably not smart for you to be doing this, but if you were doing something, I hope you're enjoying the seafood.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fantastic.
Younger spirit detectives. And you just hear over the phone, if I go through the trouble of setting something up for you all to have a cover story, maybe don't blow it.
I can't help it. I forgot to mention it to him.
Well, good luck, fam. Make sure you pay the bill.
Don't worry, we've got our tab settled.
And then she just hangs up the phone. It's like, I wasn't done. Over there. And she's just moving Suzaku out of the way. But you guys are just still pushing on and pushing on.
If I have my phone back, I'm actually gonna yell over to Naoki. Hey,
What?
I'm just gonna underarm throw my phone to him. Just in case, you better call yours as well.
I think it's best if I don't. The
At
way I
least
see
send him a message. Trust me. Please.
if I go in with the notion that we're all gonna die, then like I might as well just already submit to the idea that we're all gonna die. Okay, I'd rather not worry poor Hiroki and Hideki.
You have to
About-
say your final goodbyes. I'm just saying, tell him that you'll be back soon.
Fine.
Try to make it sound like you're going out somewhere. I don't know. Leave tiny clues that only they'd understand.
Yeah, no, I'm not smart enough for that. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna call Hideki.
Oh, hey, Matt.
Hey.
Oh, hey, okay. I was wondering where you were.
Yeah, we're, cleaning some stuff up real quick. Might be gone a couple days. I just wanted to make sure everything was, alright back in the Tokyo branch.
I mean, you heard about the missing agents, right?
Yeah, I heard something about that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that too much. I think Yamada was sending someone out. I don't know exactly who he sent yet. I've been a little busy. Hiroki had a cold.
Oh, you doing better at least?
No, he's fine.
Tell the little squirt I love him.
No, hold on. He just passes you the phone. He passes the phone over. Hello?
Hey, champ, you doing any better?
I'm good. I threw up soup on myself.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, I hope you feel
I
better.
got more soup.
You got more soup?
Uh-huh.
Oh, well. I was just gonna be on a little bit of a long job, and I just wanted to make sure you two were okay. You doing good at this set, other than the fact that you're a little sick right now?
I'm fine. Bring me back a t-shirt if you go somewhere.
You know what? I'll do that. Could you, hand the phone back to your papa real quick?
Yeah, he passes it over. I guess you owe him a shirt.
I guess I do. Well, love you.
You see, you can hear him blushing over the phone, like, and as he looks over at it, you can tell he must be looking at Hiroki. I love you too. And then he hangs up the phone.
Huh. We had to say that out loud. I'm gonna throw the phone back to Matt.
I deadass thought you were gonna throw the phone into the ocean. No regrets.
Yeah, fucking do that to my phone.
I've made Matt suffer enough today. I'm not pushing my boundaries. Well, okay. No turning back now. I'm gonna sunbathe.
Sunbathing. Anything you guys want to do to kill time? First is throwing up for the most part.
What?
Anything you want to do there?
No, nothing that I can think of. I'll probably just pop a candy into my mouth. Some pocket candy.
Alright, so is everybody fine with a little bit of a time skip?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys eventually you start just like sailing out fast. You're at a very consistent speed. It it really dawns on you that by speedboat it's taking you guys as long as it is, which means they must have had to go really far off. But you're making your way out there significantly, and as you start to like get closer, it's anybody who wants to roll a nature check for me, please.
Nature. 15.
You get a good look, like, you know, oh, Naoki nat 20'd. Between the both of you, this would be like a good one. Kunai, you start to get a weird stench come across, and like Matt nat 22. I guess all of you guys are seeing everything. Everybody sees everything, I guess.
Way to show me up.
You, Kunai, you get a bit of a feel for everything around, and you start to feel like this very, very gross amount of yoki. Almost like it's you're going into it rather than it's coming around you. Naoki, you are sunbathing.
Yeah.
You feel the sun like on your skin and it feels nice, but the second like the feeling of yoki would hit Kunai, it's almost like it's not like clouds rolled in. It's like the sun just left.
What the hell?
And it feels super, super dense, and you guys keep speeding along even further. Matt, you're starting to feel a little nauseous now too as you get closer. Like the amount of like yoki and everything in the air. It's not like if a big demon was here. This is something completely different. And with Naoki's nat 20, I'll give it to you all in combination with everything. You don't feel like you're in the human world. But you know for a fact that you are, but it does not feel like you're there. It feels like you're in the Makai.
Huh.
I'm trying to see if any of you would be able to do this next check beforehand. Who would be able to do it? Oh, Naoki would be able to do this.
Okay.
All right. I'll let you take, because these are going to be something very specific. It has to be either Arcana or History, because this is something very specific.
This is Naoki.
Yes.
Arcana. 18. Holy shit.
Nice.
Something about where you are. It jogged back like a memory, but not necessarily one that. It's not a memory that you would cognitively say, "Oh, I remember that this happened." It's like, you know, when you've been put in the same situation twice, how your body can tense up because it remembers what it's like to be in this.
Okay.
You remember this feeling, and you remember like it takes you a second, but you know exactly the last time you felt something like this.
Ugh.
It was right after you helped the spirit. Like, remember Fox and the Hounds?
Yes.
Remember who you talked to there?
Yeah.
Remember what he opened?
No.
This feels like what Itsuki and Sensui were doing.
Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's right.
The weird feeling that you're getting from this reminds you of being near those portals that they were opening up. The smaller ones.
Oh, we're not... We're crossing over somewhere.
It's not the same, but it's really close, and it would be hard. You would only know it because of how close you were to it the last time something like this happened.
When I first met Itsuki, he was able to rip open portals into other dimensions. This is eerily similar.
Ugh.
I don't know
Hold on.
if we're being transported to Makai or what's happening right now, but I don't like it.
I'm gonna try something. Ugh, sorry, I still don't feel good. The thing you all are looking for is named... Nothing? Anything? No?
Nothing.
No, we're still in the human world. But...
Is it
I
only speech that it does that too? What about writing? Because I never actually tried that.
You see him just, like... You see him, like, look for a second, and then it's, like, little dots appear above his head. And then he just, like, grabs your head with both of his hands, Matt. And you get, like, the largest smooch on the forehead. I didn't even consider that. She probably didn't think that far ahead. Who has paper? Who has something I can use?
I mean, I always have a notebook with me.
You could write with my blood.
No, I've got pen as well. Don't stop that.
I have a lot of it to go around. I'm a demon.
Hey, stop that.
I'm
sorry.
so bloody.
I'm sorry, I can't. I have a hole in my stomach.
Do you want to summon your mother back here?
No. Oh God, no.
Suck it back in and shut the fuck up.
Just hand over the notebook.
You hand it over. He's like, let's see if this works.
Try and get in a lot of different languages as well if you can. Maybe that'll help.
I don't know too many languages, I'm sorry.
Any and all will help. Because you can't cover all of them, surely, even if there are dead languages.
He's writing something out on paper, and you can actually... You see him, like, going through it, and... He holds up the notebook to you. And I need... And anybody... I won't make you roll for this. You can read what he wrote. But you can't say it. But he wrote the word August.
August.
Hey?
Well, no, he doesn't say that, but he thinks that.
Can you see what this says?
Yeah. Isn't it like the season? Or the month?
Season?
Oh, I'm out of my right mind.
That blood loss is getting to you.
That's just a little bit. I'll be fine.
You mean the month?
Not so much the month, but...
I mean, I know, but I mean...
They share the same name.
Yeah, exactly, so...
So if we were to
should
say...
just be able to say the month of... And it should be fine, right?
The month of August. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
I thought so. I didn't consider... You see him just, like, laughing to himself?
How just stupid.
It must have been before her time, or at least she's not really aware of it.
Yeah, technically, if this is something that's been around since a long time ago, the actual name, well, the name for the month of August isn't... It's not that old. Like, it's old, but it's not that old.
Since Roman times.
It's a loophole. She wouldn't have considered that it would have been reused, or a word would sound similar to it again. Especially if she's been so busy making sure it doesn't get spoken.
And now pretty much everybody who knows the English language on the planet knows it.
She overlooked something. Remember, gods are powerful. They're not all-knowing. Even we can deal with gods. But this is still one we don't need to deal with.
I'm hoping we don't have to deal with it.
To tell me we are up against a month?
It's not a month. It's not. It's much worse than you can ever imagine.
That would be terrifying, trying to fight the concept of a month.
You do notice there's more writing underneath the word August, but you can't read what it says.
What's the rest of that underneath it?
I think, based on where we are, we're not really in the Makai, but we're outside of human world to some degree. I don't think I can give you its full name, but whatever this is, it's... or whatever it can be referred to. It'll be easier if we just... And before a sentence can even start, I need everybody to make me a dex save.
Oh, fuck.
Knew it!
Dex save and throw. Let's go. 28.
Naoki's fine.
Oh no, 14.
27.
Kunai's fine. Matt's not fine.
My dog-like reflexes have failed me.
No! You're using the man aspect of your reflexes. And first is fine.
Of course he fucking is.
So Matt, you almost immediately go flying over the side of the boat, but he just grabs you by your tail and pulls you back in.
Ah.
Sorry, just like as the water starts to get more and more like rough, you notice that the water is like starting to like it's not like a deep blue. It looks almost like you're sailing through oil or like an inky blackness just below. And then to where you should be sailing into nothing, it's almost like you're being led down a long pathway. It's cold. It feels uncomfortable, and to where you should be able to see outward, you don't. You just see like an infinite amount of darkness and nothing. And Matt, you remember seeing this before. This is what you saw through Renka's eyes.
No, shit.
You've sailed into it, and as the boat begins to like sail up further, you feel like it sort of hit like something sturdy. Like more along the lines of like water has begun to like drift onto a solid surface, and the boat's like beached itself. And does anybody want to step outside the boat?
I'll do it.
All right. You put your foot out. You're on a solid surface. You move your foot backwards, you're in something wet, but when you go forward, it's solid. There's solid ground ahead of you.
Well, it's solid.
It's alive?
I don't know.
You look behind you. Wherever it is you came in from, you don't see how you got in. But you do notice as you talk, you hear a bit of an echo, which you weren't expecting to hear.
It's not comfy.
Did we get swallowed by a whale or something?
No, we're probably underground.
Oh. Interesting.
Kunai's actually going to think to Matt. You think maybe we should keep this private from now on?
Maybe.
It might be wise. Whatever's going on here can't be safe.
You guys?
Naoki's not gonna touch down on the ground. He's actually just gonna float. If that's alright.
Yeah. First
now.
has also gotten off the boat, and he's like standing in front of, standing there. We probably have to move forward.
Well, you certainly can't go back now.
Well, no time like the present.
You guys
Yeah.
make your way forward, and you're walking down a long, dark pathway. Every step you take, every time you speak, every time you move, you hear an echo. It just sounds like you're walking. Like have you ever been like a very empty like subway station?
Yeah.
Like that.
We can see what's in front of us, right?
Very, very like lightly. You can't make out clearly what it is.
Naoki.
Wait.
Matt.
You hear that? Hey, Daisuke? Gonna look around.
You can't see where it's coming from, but you can hear it with that 21.
Yeah.
Like straight ahead, you hear him, and it sounds like Daisuke's like. You recognize the sound of it, like this is a Daisuke that like when he's exhausted, not when he's full of energy.
Oh shit. I'm flying forward.
You start flying forward. As you are going, like, what's everybody else doing?
I will follow cautiously behind. I'm also going to see if I can reach out with telepathy.
Okay. Do you have a check or anything you need to do?
It just says, at the cost of 1 Yoki point, you can attempt to communicate telepathically with anyone willing.
Okay.
And it has to be 60 feet in front of me.
Okay. So it's not 60 feet in front of you directly, but you can reach out telepathically when you get a little closer.
Okay.
Okay. So as you start like making your way forward, like there's a small bit of light that you can see ahead, and you do recognize the echo. Like you're definitely in some sort of like underground like area. You're not sure exactly what it was. Like it could be mistaken for either like a subway or like some type of like you know those like little underground spots you would see in like some sewage treatment areas where it's like where they watch the flow. It's something akin to like that, and this is the closest map I could find to make something like that. But you all would be coming up from the staircase at the top right. And the calling of Daisuke would be right near the staircase in the middle.
Shit.
Daisuke, do you want to put stuff on the map?
Okay, where are they on the map?
You're right here.
Okay. Sorry, I'm managing a couple screens.
No worries, take it down. Naoki, you see Daisuke right there. He looks bloody. He looks beaten. But worst of all, it looks like he's just drained. Like whatever, like he's been doing as much as he could just to stay the way he is.
Question, is there a sewage thing in between us?
Yeah, just imagine there would be like rushing pool water right there.
Okay, Naoki is gonna just fly over it, and permit me if you will, can Naoki summon a gale of wind to propel anybody wanting to cross over to the other side?
Yes, just as soon as Noodle puts herself on the map.
Okay.
you would be up here.
So yeah, Naoki is going to just have like a little gale of wind that will blow anybody over to the other side if they wish to jump into it.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a gale of wind going there, and so I just want to be clear: are you stopping people from joining you, or are you stopping things from coming up? What is it you wanted to do with that?
I wanted if Kunai, Matt, and First wanted to just get over the gap, they could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Matt and Kunai, as Naoki's on the other side, you see Daisuke in the same position Naoki did. He looks terrible.
Oh my god, what the fuck happened to you?
Where were you all when I needed you?
Daisuke, we're here now. Like, are you?
Everything could have been prevented.
Oh, wait. What do you mean by that?
Daisuke is looking right at you, Naoki.
I'm surprised you even showed up.
Of course we're gonna show up, you lughead.
No, I mean you.
What do you mean by that?
Selfish desires and all that. You just had to make a wish, didn't you?
My wish didn't do this. I don't know what's going on, but... Listen, we need to get you help. Like... Daisuke. You're not thinking straight. I'm gonna put a hand on Daisuke.
He's
Okay.
gonna back your hand away.
I would like to Arcana check this boy.
By all means.
And not so good.
Then with a 10. I mean, it's Daisuke.
Daisuke's gonna look over at Kunai.
What? You trying to get a read on me?
Something's off about you. You're not normally this cold.
Smart investigation work there. I mean, after all, the best and brightest did show up.
Jeez. You know, I thought I was emotionally distant, but you're just flat out a bastard right now.
He's been through a lot, Kunai. He's just not... You know,
Listen, Naoki, he has been through a lot before, and it's never been this bad.
We need to get... Wait, hold on. I am gonna, like, look around for one of my restoration potions. Look, we're gonna get you out of here. We're gonna find Rika. It's gonna be okay. You can be mad as much as you want, but we're gonna get you out of here.
A way out of here? There's no way out of here.
Just hold your head back.
Daisuke's just gonna walk forward.
There's
Wait,
no
what?
way out of here.
What are you doing?
First is gonna hop over.
Daisuke! Hey,
You should have stayed hidden with your mom.
Daisuke. Listen. Just come with us. Don't do anything too hasty.
Your wife misses you.
Well, depending on how things go here, it ain't gonna be long before she sees all of us.
That's charming.
What's Matt doing in this whole situation?
It's been mostly a split focus of watching them go on, but also thinking about the other one, because she was still running.
First walks up to Daisuke. Look, I believe your friends are just concerned for you and they want to help you.
You shouldn't be here.
I mean, I told you I would help you. You don't remember that?
Who are you?
Do you mean... Like, and he's just like looking you up and down and it's like, wait. I'm gonna have... Let me see. He's going to spend 4 of his Reiki to use Holy Eye Distortion. Like, she just opens up his the eye he keeps closed, and you see just like a gentle light come off of it. And then Daisuke begins to fade.
Wait, what the hell?
You fucking knew it!
And right there in front of the staircase, you see a map. History check from anybody who wants to do it. Specifically, Kunai or Naoki would have advantage on this.
Naoki is not paying attention to that map right now.
Yay.
What the hell did
No.
he do?
It takes a lot out of me, but dispels illusions on the mind. Kunai, with that 19. You know, you see that map on the ground. You recognize that. That's Daisuke's map of Osaka.
Daisuke's.
And you also know he was, like, excited to keep that. So, you know he wouldn't just leave it somewhere.
Beats me why he'd be excited to keep a map, but he wouldn't let this go.
I thought that it would do this, but...
I got tricked by an illusion. Knows how to twist our emotions and turn them on us.
It can just as easily show you everything you want to hear.
Too bad for it. I'm a bit of a cynic.
That's not... It can work with that, too. This isn't something that the ordinary person deals with. And... I think I have an idea why it might be doing this, but I need more information. Matt, has anything showed up?
I haven't seen anything right now.
I've only been in this once before, but it'll be easier if we go up and can get a look at the surroundings.
Wait, you've been in this before?
It's... Trust me when I say if I could explain, I would. I'm trying to relay information to you as I am able to do it.
Wait.
Had I been alive, this wouldn't be an issue, but technically my soul is still under governance of Spirit World. They just can't control where I am.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
If this thing can impersonate other people based off of our emotions, what's to say that it won't start pretending to be one of us?
You can't. You can't say it won't do that.
Okay, guys, we need to stay close together and don't take your eye off anybody for a second.
You guys heading up?
Yeah.
Jack, I need to...
Yeah. I want to try remote viewing again.
Okay. Through Renka or through Daisuke?
I only have something for Rink. I don't have anything for Dice Game.
We have Daisuke's map.
Oh, we do have that as well. I could try both of them.
Okay. Who do you
I'll
want to
do
try
Rink
first?
first.
Give me an Arcana check.
19.
19. Now, if you were at the office, that wouldn't have passed, but you're a lot closer, so the channel feels extremely clear. And you immediately see Renka still moving, just, I gotta keep going. I gotta find him. I know he's here somewhere. I told him we should have stayed together. But no, I'll find him. I'll find him. You see her looking around, like on the upper levels, like just there's a sky she can see. There's buildings and everything around her, but you still hear that same thing you heard from before, but it's very low. At least it's farther away still. But Daisuke, you idiot, where did you go? And the connection fails right after that.
Alright, give me that map. Give me the map!
I forgot who picked it up.
Kunai.
She'll hand it over.
Remote viewing. You don't see anything, Matt. It's not like you see pitch blackness, but it's like eyes are closed or something like that, and you can't tell exactly what's going on. You don't really know, like, you don't know why this would be happening, but you do hear a voice, and it's not Daisuke. Someone new's looking for this, huh? Hey, make your way through. Can't really say where I'm at, but if you're looking for the blonde one, he's here. As much as he is anyway. Do you want to say something back, Matt?
No, I don't.
Then it'll just fade slowly.
Now, with remote viewing, I do get I do get their location and the direction they are going if they're moving. So which like general way could I feel Renka going?
Renka, I will say Daisuke was very difficult for you to like pinpoint. It took a while for that to work, but Renka wasn't far away.
Which way Which way
Renka-
roughly was she going? Like
Uh,
in like thing with us, like was she going away towards or like side?
she's more like moving away from you all, but like she's above is where you can feel is like wherever she is, she's like up there, and she, based on anything that you would have like figured out, she either is moving really quickly or must have just passed.
Guys, up there. We need to go that way now.
You lead the way first.
I guess I'll start trying to somehow make my way through here.
Naoki will just help you over.
Yeah, and you guys can make your way up. You wanted first to lead the way, or were you saying you lead the way first to Matt?
I was saying for first to lead the way, because
Okay.
he wanted to go up.
He starts to lead the way. He's looking. Eventually, you guys make your way up. You find a small ladder that you have to climb, and you end up pushing a manhole out of the way. And you rise up to here.
Okay.
You'd all be coming out of this manhole at the very bottom of the map.
Welcome to Nobu.
No rule.
How did we get from the middle of the ocean to here?
Because there was an island in the middle of that place.
I guess that's the easy answer.
So we're probably on the island.
Roll a nature check if anybody wants to.
Ooh.
Nature. My natural 20 luck has run out.
Matt, you recognize some of these. Naoki, I'll say with a combination of you and Matt. There's a lot of plants and overgrowth, but you get a good look at all this stuff. It's not these can't exist here. Like some of these plants look the way like, and even Kunai, you would pick up on this too. Like the way some of the trees and the roots look here reminds you of like Shulin, like dead foliage you would find in like the Makai. Some of the overgrowth doesn't look like it's come from like anything you would find in the human realm, but things around here are very clearly from like the human world. It's like nature itself is breaking through.
Well, that can't good.
No, cannot.
Matt, which way is Renka?
Last time I was feeling the sensation, it was that way.
Can you ping or use the arrow?
Oh, it was going away from us, so I'm gonna guess up that way.
Yeah. We should stay together and make our way forward.
Oh,
Keep
not
your
if we
eyes-
were gonna fucking split up now, is it? That's a stupid idea.
Apparently must have happened to Daisuke and Renka if they're not together. So he starts making his way forward slowly, waiting for everybody. And if you want to keep your eye out for anything, I will say survival or investigation checks can be used to see if you spot something.
What?
Okay. So, for the survival check with Naoki and Matt, you guys are able to like Naoki, you're a little shook up from what happened.
Yeah.
Like, you're a little shook, things aren't going good, and you're just trying to keep a handle on anything. But you're trying to hold on. Kunai, you're not sure which way to go. Like, following the way that that Matt knows Renka was going, you feel like you're making your way towards it, but with that 28, you do pick up something that you spot over here. It's like a little glisten, and it's shining off the side. It's shining off the side of some rubble. You see what looks like a knife, and it looks like it wasn't dropped. It looks like it was jammed into something here, like it was intentionally jammed in to stand out. You see the word Osaka carved on the side of it. Roll a history check. Let's see if you remember.
I have a feeling. I do know.
Yeah, this is Daisuke's knife. You can tell it is his, and you especially know it's his because before you go to grab it, you see a very familiar hand pull it out of the rock in front of you. Like right here in front of you. You know that boy.
Well, you were especially unkind last time. What do you have to say?
I don't know. What do you want me to say, Starbreaker?
Yeah. I figured it was going to come to this.
Well, managed to pry yourself away from your boyfriend, huh? Started to care about others for once.
I do care about others.
You don't really seem to show it too much.
You would know, wouldn't you?
Always put off by things, can't be bothered. Probably because you know that if it comes to investigation work, you're not gonna measure up.
Yeah, you're right. I'm bad at this, but I'm still here looking for your dumbass.
Well, you found me, aren't you happy?
No, this ain't you.
As he chuckles, you have the knife in your hand and once again fades away.
Typical.
Give me 1 second, I just have to pull something up in my notes.
I'm not gonna get used to this.
No, but it's going to get very annoying very fast.
There is very little he can say to me that I haven't already said to myself.
As you hold the knife, Matt, I need you to make a perception check. Sound
no.
based.
Ooh!
That one. Let me roll the severity of this. Hey. Matt? You hear a
Who's
very
that?
soft voice right behind you. Like down the road behind you.
Who's that?
I thought you died. Dad said we had to get a new one. Matt, you're still alive? Matt, you see Alias down the street. A very, it's blurry, but you can make out that that's him. Or Elias.
Elias?
Matt! You're wearing more pants than I remember you wearing. Can you resist going towards him?
No.
Matt runs off. If anybody's paying attention, Luna, you would be distracted, so it'd either be Naoki or first.
Would I have to roll something?
Let me see. Perception check. Just to see if you notice Matt starting to wander off.
That's a 9.
I can't give it to you for a 9, Batty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What about first? We still have...
First was helping Naoki from that nat 1.
Yeah, Naoki probably isn't paying attention right now.
I'm mad.
I need everybody but Matt to mute.
Mute indefinite, just mute.
Just mute. I don't mind if you hear it. It's just the...
Oh boy.
See if I have any different music I can use. Matt, you start walking forward and it's like you still can't see his face clearly, but you recognize that voice, that outfit, what he's wearing, what he looks like. You know Elias when you see him. Matt, where are we? I woke up and I was here.
How are you here? Shouldn't be possible.
I heard a voice. It said I would get to see you, and I followed it.
Elias, it'll be okay.
Start getting a little closer. Matt, how come you went away?
I'm sorry. I didn't want to. After the car hit me, we tried to get the alchemist to look at me.
Do you still want to be my family?
Of course I do. You're the only family I have.
He starts getting closer towards you. Do you still keep going towards him?
Yeah.
Alright. Naoki, I'll allow you to make one more perception check. Kunai, you would have settled up. You can do a perception check as well, too. First, we'll also make one. Or it's like, first looks up like, Matt, maybe... And then he affixes his gaze. Naoki, yours is also a little blurry, but you do see Matt. And you see him walking towards something. And at this point, you just hear a loud voice as you hear first scream out, Matt King, what the hell are you doing? And you turn your face back to see him. And you're like, but you know who it is, Matt. And then when you turn your face back, you see and hear as you see this.
Oh, Jesus.
What the fuck?
And that's where we're going to end the session today.
What?
Fucking Orange Silent Hill, Jesus.
Fuck!
And one more time for everybody.
Stop it! Stop! Holy shit!
Horrifying. I hate that.
None of you are gonna make it out.
You shut up.
This is where we end the session today, everybody.
Shut up, Ghost Dan.
Bye-bye, friends.
Bye.